Good morning, everyone. Sorry for technical issues. We delayed our program for 30 minutes. We are going to start as soon as possible. This is Nihat, Director of Yeoksam Global Village Center, and we are organizing year-end program called All in One. And from today, you are going to learn about visa, employment, scholarship, business, and tax all in Korea. Thank you for joining us, and we are going to have the first session with Mr. Jang from Visa in Korea. Probably most of you know about him. He's a very well-known professional in this industry, and please welcome him with big applause. Even we can't hear, still I would love you to give him a big welcoming applause. Thank you.
Hello, this is Mr. Jang. So today, Mr. Nihat and Yeoksam Global Village Center, thank you for having very great chance to explain the visa system in Korea. And also, Mr. Nihat and Yeoksam Global and Village Center has a lot of the programs for the foreigners that residing in Korea or the staying overseas. So Mr. Nihat and Yeoksam Global Village Center, make more programs for the expat, right? So this is one of the programs. So I'd like to introduce today's and the residence visa. We can call the F27 and visa. So let us start. A little bit late, so I will explain a little bit more faster than I expected. So please kind of understand our situation right now. So let us start. Okay, first of all, the most important thing is who can apply for the F27 visa. So most of all, you must understand the eligible applicant. There are three types of the applicant and the types based on the criteria of F27 and issued by December 1st, 2020. The first one is the professionals and semi-professional employees. So including the Professor E1 and Language Instructor E2 and E3 to E7, and also D5 news coverage, or D6 and religious and a person, and the D7 intra-company transferees and investment, and the D8 and the trade business and the person's visa as a D9. That kinds of person, if have met the below and the specific and the point, and you can apply for the F7 and the point-based residence visa. And the first one, you need to get the 80 points. And at least if you want to apply for the F27 with the current your E1 and to E7, E1 to E7 and D8 and D9 visa, right? So the point chart I will explain later. Then you need 80 points. And also the basic and the period stay is required. So the basic and the period is required for the 3 years with the eligible applicant visa, right? E1 to E7 and D8 and D9. If you hold it like more than 3 years, you can apply for the F7 with 80 points. But there are some of the exceptions. So if your previous year's income is more than 40 million won, so you can apply for the F27 without the waiting for 3 years. So 40 million won is based on your income certificate for the last year. So I will explain in more details and later then. And also, if you are holding D2 or you had a D2 and changed job seeking and the D10 visa, if you have this one, and also having the master's in Korea, so you don't need 3 years to wait, right? So if you are the finder, the sponsor company to hire you, and at a point with a master degree, and after that you can apply for that. Now also, I will explain more further details later then. Anyway, and after the F27 visa acquisition, and you have to extend like a 1 year or 2 year later then, but I will explain in the further details later then also. And there is disqualifications and employment restrictions, right? So if you have the criminal record and if you had that kind of the situation is a kind of difficult to apply for the F27 because the immigration officers may check your domestic and the criminal record as well as overseas your criminal record. So when you prepare for the F27, it'll be better to check your criminal background from your home country, and it'll be better to prepare for your the criminal record from your home country with an apostle or the Korean embassies and like a consular, the confirmation and stamp. And also, the simple job means after 7, actually it is kind of an outstanding talent in a person, right? So if you're working at some of the like a simple jobs, it is not exactly not available. So we will talk on a further later then. Okay, let's move to the next one. The first one I explain about the professionals or the semi-professional employees. So if you if it's somebody and holds E1 to E7 and the investment and the visa holders need at a point and needed 3 years, and exceptions 40 million won for the last year's income, and that I said that it is mandatorily required. The type 2 for the eligible applicant is international student. International student, they also need 80 points, right? And the period is required for the 3 years, including the D2 and the D10, the job seeking and the period totally. So, and also domestic degree, you need to have the master degree or higher. So for example, like a D2-3 or a D2-4, the master degree, the course or PhD course, you have to complete it, and you need to get your academic degree, right? I'm saying academic degree, not your graduation certificate, right? So immigration officer may check your academic degree rather than the graduation. But as you know, like a master degree holder, right? But if somebody holding the D2-3 and after graduated, but if they cannot pass the paper and the period and the qualification, so they can graduate, but they cannot get the master degree. So you need a master degree or the PhD degree, not your graduation certificate. And another one is confirmed employment. So D2 visa holder and D10 visa holders cannot work properly. So the most important thing is immigration may check the working contract with your sponsor company. So it means you are qualified for the E1 to E7 actually, right? And based on your confirmed employment contract with your sponsor. So you needed this one. So when you make the working contract with your the sponsor company, right? And the yearly income shall be over GNI 80%. As the GNI is the last year, the 2020 is the GNI, and the gross national income was 37.5 million won. So GNI 80% is around the 30 million won at least, right? So this is mandatorily required. And also the disqualification and the employment restrictions, as you know, like you must submit your criminal record from your home country with the apostle or the Korean embassies and a stamp. Okay. The last one is listed company employment, right? Even though you don't have any like income certificate issued by the tax office for the previous year, but if you are still working at the listed company, like such as Kospi and Costa company, right? But you can check through the Google or the Naver, and you can check and put the company's name, and you can check that the company is a part of the listed companies or not. Okay, and also listed company employment and the person's need and 80 points, right? 80 points when you apply for the F 7. And also, the master degree or higher is more recommendable. And the most important thing is the working contract. So, but I will check and explain later then. But it's the most important part of the points is your income, right? The previous and the F 7 point chart is based on the just your academic degree and Korean proficiency, but it is a new and the point system has the focus on the income. But listed company, it is not that important for your previous year's income. So when you check your point, and for the listed company, it is based on your just working contract. So if your working contract is more than the 40 million won, so you don't need to wait for the 3 years. So you just apply for that and directly. So also, and if your working contract, the amount is like a more than 40 or something like that. So without the like a 1 year income certificate is issued, and you can use your working contract as your point, based on your working contract amount. So it is a very good benefit for the listed company employment and the persons. Okay. But anyway, the most important thing that I said that you need to get the 80 point. Without the 80 point, you don't have any chance. Even like you are still working at a professional field in Korea, or you got a master degree or the PhD degree, or you're working or you hired at like a Kospi and Kostak and listed companies, and you need to meet the 80 points. So we can check the point, the basic points chart. So you need to get 80 points out of 170 points. So age 25 points and education level based on your academic degree, 25, and the Korean language ability, the maximum 20 points, and yearly income, and 0 and the point to the 60 point, and the extra point is totally 40. And a point. And also there are like the deducted point, right? So when you calculate and the points are 80 or more, you are eligible, right? The first one, age, is based on the passport and age. So 18 to 24 and 23 point. And if you are getting older, points are getting smaller. So 23 to 3 points, but you may check this chart. And the education is based on your academic degree. So the associate degree 2-year and the college, right? Liberal art is the 10 points, and the science, engineering, or if you got a 2 the degrees of a liberal art in 15, and the bachelor's 4-year universities and degree with a liberal arts and a major 15 points, and the 17 points for the science and engineering and a major, and more than 2 the degrees of liberal art and 17 points. And a master degree and doctorate degree, you may check that based on my explanation, okay? And the Korean language ability, right? It is based on the topic and the Korean language and the test, or the KIIP and the Korea Immigration and Integration Program. This is 사회통합 program. But topic you can test from the overseas, but KIP you have to and the registered, and then you have to stay in Korea to take any classes. Okay, so if you have the topic 1 or KIIP and stage 1, you may get 3 points. It's getting and the very small points and give you, because the last time is more higher than the previous the version of the FT7 the system, but it is getting harder, right, to get a higher point. And the topic 2 and KIP and the stage 2 level, and you may get a 5 point, and topic and KIP and the 3 and the 10, and topic 4 and the KIP stage 4 and the 15. And topic 5 KIP stage 5, and then you may get 20 points. So if you need to get a higher point, and taking Korean classes are mandatorily required, right? And the next one is the yearly income, and based on that I said, based on your last year's income, and issued by the tax office. So when you submit it and a point related document, you must submit it and the income certificate issued by your tax office, not from your company. Okay, so yearly income based on the last year's income, and so based on these documents, and you may get 10 points, and the minimum wage to the less than 30 million won, and the 10 point, and the 30 to the less than 40 and a million won, and 30 point to 100 million won or more, you may get 60 and a point. The most important thing is the minimum wage is around 22 million won. If we calculate based on like the hourly and the minimum wage to do 209 hours per month. So totally 12 months in the minimum yearly, and the wage shall be over 22 million won. So if your last year's income is more than 22 million won to less than 30 million won, and you may get 10 points. But if your the last year's income less than 22 million won, there is no any point for you. Okay, this is the basic information about the which kind of a document can you shall you you must submit to immigration office to get your the points, right? So this is based on employment the income. So income certificate, right, issued by the tax office. So some of the persons and run their own business in this case. But if your company is a corporate, and you are just every February you just submitted your income, and you may get income certificate in May, right? But if you run your own business like a private company, you must submit a comprehensive and the tax in May, every May, and the income certificate will be issued in every July. So So two types of income that I explained right now. The first one, employment income, right, is based on your working contract, and another one is a business income, right? This is based on the company time. So the corporate, if you run your own business, right, at the corporate company, and you can submit it your 근로소득, right, employment income as your the last year's income. But as I informed you before, if you work the more than two in the companies, or you run your private company, right? So you have to submit your comprehensive income certificate, right? So more detailed, like income or tax related issues, right? Today, the Chris Lee may explain more further, okay? Okay, move to the next one. Income guideline is, but you may read this, but I just read for you. Within 2 years from the date of application, the amount of income subject to tax for 1 year listed, and the income certificate of the most recent year that can be issued by the tax office is evaluated as annual income, but only legal income activities, right? Only legal income activities recognized by the applicant status of states are accepted. So you must check that even if you work for the someone, but you didn't report to the tax office, it is not acceptable, okay? This is one of the critical issues right now because of the presidential and the decree of immigration law, Article 23, because most of the F-27 visa holders before knew the F-7 rule, the released December 1st, 2020. They mostly understood that F-7 can run their own business before December 1st last year. But right now, also even like immigration officers allows them to run their own business, right, before the new the point system started. But I've heard a lot of the F-7 visa holders, they gave up the F-7 visa within before the September this year, because when they submitted to the extension, right, and when they visit the immigration office to extend your F-7 visa, right, but the immigration officer cannot accept the income for the business. That is the most complicated thing. So that's why some of the persons and persons in F-7 visa has extended based on their a business income the last year. But most of the F-7 visa holders, and they failed to extend the visa before the September this year. In this reason, I just submitted the petition to the headquarters of the immigration office regarding this situation. So now finally, I got some of the comments from the headquarters of the immigration office due to the solving that kind of recurrent very headache problems. So finally, Ministry of Justice has decided to accepted the business income of a person with a F2, including F-7 visas, to calculate the point when handling several complaints such as extension of period of stay and change of status of stay until relevant laws and regulations are amended. This is a very important thing because before having this very important and a guideline from the headquarters of the immigration office that I said already, the most of the F-7 visa holders, they gave up their F-7 visa. So that was the critical issues, right? So that's why I gotta 2 times the interview with the Korea Times regarding these issues. But anyway, right now, when you extend when you extend your F-7 visa, right, and you can use your last year's and the business income. So please kindly review that. But even though the immigration office and allows you to you can use your last year's and business income, but it is not allowed to run your own business. This is complicated. But if you have that kinds of more detailed information on that, right, and it's publicly right now, it's just talking right now. So you may contact Mr. Nihat to make the private consultation. This is the most easiest way to explain more further, right? So even if you have a more detailed, right, and the things, and you need to get a consultation for that, you need to contact Mr. Nihat, right? So this is a very excellent and chance to that. Okay, Mr. Nihat, right? Okay. The extra point I will explain very shortly. There is an outstanding talent from the countries that participated in the Korean War, and the recommendation by relevant ministries. It is just for the Korean scholarship student, and it is very difficult to get this 20 and to the 40 point. So most of the person got a Korean scholarship student, and the Ministry of Education may contact you, right? So before you contact to the Ministry of Education, and they are like a Ministry of Education, NIED, they may contact you. So ignore that outstanding talent and a point and a recommendation. And KIP Stage 5 completion, if you complete the Stage 5 after final testing, you may get a 10 additional point. And also, there is an additional point. So if you studied in Korea, right, and you may get additional bachelor and a master and a PhD and the point. And also, if you were the university, domestic or overseas, it doesn't matter. It's a part of a 500 top and the universities, right? You may get additional point. Look at this. One is for the 500 top university. It doesn't matter about the domestic and overseas. Number 2 point is just for the domestic theory. Okay. Voluntary activities, right? And using 1365. Yeoksam, right? And you may contact to that website, and you may get the where you can support, right, to other persons. And so if you are doing your voluntary activities and for the community services and the public sectors, and you may get 1 to 7 points. So if you're working and voluntarily and at a certain places more than 1 year, you may get 1, and 2 to 3 years, and 5, right? And more than 5 years, more than 3 years, 3 years, you may get 7. So right now is due to the COVID-19 situations that I ever heard that a lot of foreign residents and in Korea they feel like a very difficulties to doing voluntary activities right now, because and even right now is from the tomorrow, and the social distancing will be more stricted, right, than the before. So it's very difficult. But anyway, if based on the date of application of the F-7 visa, right, and if you were the voluntary activities and certificate and voluntary activities in a period still remains, right? 1 year or 2 years and 3 years, you may use it, right, until, right, and the voluntary activities in the period and the point is accepted, okay? Deduction point, and you may just check about I want to explain one thing, right? If you got the criminal record from the overseas, your home country, right? There is a very difficult to apply for that. Even the immigration office finds the domestic and the violation of the immigration law or criminal the law, and there was a lot of the deductions as well as your application shall be restricted for the 3 years, right? So read carefully for this case. And the granting period of stay is usually based on the point or income. And the immigration officers may grant you the period of stay with F7 based on your point or income. But you can check this one. But benefit of F7 and F99 visa, but this is, I just made this one. If you wanted Mr. Nihat to send that the presentation file, but it is not that important for this presentation. So right now is we will take your questions and based on your personal and the situations. So we will explain more further with Mr. Nihat. Okay, I will go back to you and place Mr. Nihat. Okay.
Last an hour we had visa session with Mr. Zhang, and now we are going to get the questions, try to answer the questions which were asked on our chat room. Mr. Zhang, thank you first for great session.
Thank
I
you.
thought it will be really short, but you gave all details.
Yes, I try my best, right? Because of there are some technical issues, right? But there are lots of waiting persons there, so that's why is that I can. What I can do is just explain more detailedly, right?
Yeah, we are getting lots of questions. I will just move to the questions.
Okay.
Like we will start from the bottom, and there's a person who's asking like who's getting 5 points from volunteer work, 20 points from the GKS scholarship, like KGSP
Yes,
scholarship,
yes.
government scholarship, and top university 20 points, and KIP classes 10 points, and this guy, like overall he can get 55 points, but he's curious about it's mentioned on your presentation that they can get maximum 40 points.
Yes, yes.
So is it right, like they even it can be calculated like 55, but he will get maximum 40?
Yes, so extra point, right? And maximum and points are 40. So even if he has enough point, right, for the additional point, he can only use 40 points.
Only 40 of them.
So I'd like to focused on getting getting some not optional point, right, to get a higher points. Okay. So
I see.
So in summary, is that the extra point is the maximum extra point is within 40.
I see.
Okay.
All right, thank you for your answer. I'll move to the next question. So, those entrepreneurs who's willing to move to Korea,
yes,
but they are outside of Korea. Actually, this is actually also inside the government policy. Many people, they are interested to move to Korea as entrepreneur. So, what kind of business or startup visa they can get?
Okay. First one, if they have their own business, right, in your home country, as if you're the company's and the type is a corporate, right? There are several things that you can do. The first one, you can open your branch office in Korea without any investing 100 million won, right? Or there is a liaison office, right? Dispatching and like a CEO into or very necessary personnel to Korean and the liaison office. So, but anything when they can do through the dispatching order from the headquarters to the Korea. So, but the liaison office dispatching person and the branch office dispatching person is like the business and the criteria and the activities are different. So if you want to do, doing your business in Korea with a branch office in Korea, right? You have to open your branch office in Korea, not liaison. Liaison office just cannot run their own business in Korea. So if you want to run your own business, right? It's established in the branch office in Korea, and you can do your business here.
And also, as I know, there is a special visa for the startups.
Oh yeah, DA4. There are DA4, the visa there. So if you have the bachelor's degree and from the overseas, or just the technical some of the ideas, or if you have a patent, it is more useful. If you do that and come to Korea and get a 80 point through the global centers education, right? And if you do, you can open your own business. But DA4 it's just the startup business based on the technology, right?
Okay.
Okay.
And actually later we'll have a session with Mr. Samer about the business in Korea. We'll talk about details of the startup visa. So those people who has questions about the business, they can ask later. Since we are getting lots of questions, I would love just mention beforehand. Since we have only 17 minutes left, even if we don't have enough time to listen and answer your questions, please you can contact us through Google form in our center, Yeoksam Global Village Center. You can just Google Yeoksam Global Village Center, and we have counseling sessions with Mr. Jung, and other professionals in different fields. You can get help from us. Let me move to the next question. Should I be employed continuously to renew my F27 visa?
But actually, as I mentioned you about the 23, Article 23 of Presidential Decree of Immigration Act, that has indicated that after 7 has no limitation for work. It means that the after 7 is a part of a working visa, but it's a very, very, has some benefit than like a E7, right? Like special activity visa, right? After 7 visa holders can move anywhere, any companies. But anyway, so in this case, so if you extend your after 7, you have to prove that you are still working at a certain company. Right, so if you run your own business right now, so you have to submit it, that kinds of a document. So most important thing is, when you extend your after 7, you must work either a company or your company own. Right?
I see. And if our passport expires, can we apply actually for visa extension?
Your passport expires?
Yeah, like I have been living in Korea as a foreigner, and then my passport expired. But I want to go to the immigration to extend my visa. Can I?
No. Okay. The last time, like 2 years ago, if the passport has expired, and just visit the immigration office, I need my extension or by my ARC. But while you extend, I just apply for my passport renewal.
Yeah.
But from the last year, immigration allows your period to stay based on the passport period. For example, when you extend after 7 and you are eligible for extend 1 or 2 years, but if the passport in the remaining period is less than 6 months, and even if you are eligible for 1 or 2 years extension, but immigration may grant you within 6 months based on your passport. So if your passport has expired right now, you cannot extend. So just before that, you checked your passport earlier before your visa and extension period.
So it means hurry up to change your passport as soon as possible before applying for the visa.
Yes.
I would love to move to the next question. So there's a person who made a contract, housing contract, on the company name.
Oh, yes.
Is it going to be a problem when they are applying for the next visa extension for F27?
Some of the companies provide their accommodations to the employment, right? So if your company means you are still working at the company, not previous company, right? If you are still working at the company and when you extend and you can submit it, your company's named and rent contract, as well as there is some how to say it in English. This is a certificate for providing and some of the accommodations from your company, right? There is a High Korea website. There is some of the forms there.
Permission to live in your house.
Yes. So from your company and with a rent contract. If you submitted this one, there was no any specific problem. But main problem is if you worked at some previous company, right? But is still working at a new company. There is no any connection. But if previous company provided you some of the rent house right now, it might be a problem.
I see. And I'll just move to the next question because we are out of time. So there's a person who's asking a question about the the person is under D2, but willing to move before graduation, before graduating university, since it's like 4 years university, before graduation, they're willing to move E6, the entertainment visa, and then try to move F2.
Okay.
So, are they going to calculate when the person finishing university with D2, like the D2 person is not under D2, now they are under E6, but are they going to calculate the visa period also with D2 or E6?
Oh, okay. But
because condition for D2, like when you apply for the visa, with D2 and D6, it's different.
It's different. Right. So even if you got the D2 and a master degree, if you have it, even though you just change working visa E1 to E7, it's a E6 is a part of a E1 to E7, right? So if you do, this 3 years period will be calculated based on your working with E6. So 3 years and will be counted from the E6 and 2 3 years, or your previous year's income is more than 40 million won. You have to choose, right? Which one is more beneficial?
So you should have high income, or you should have just same visa. Don't move to E6. Just stay under D2. I think that would be better option for now.
Yes.
We are having more questions.
A lot.
Yeah, lots of them. I don't know how to follow up, and some people even they are saying, please follow the questions, but you know it's not really easy for us. Do we need to proceed original degree certificate while applying F27? So when they graduate university, they are getting the degree certificate, but do they need to submit that certificate to the immigration when they apply for F27?
The domestic university graduate and a person, if you submit it, just a copied one is no problem, because immigration may check your your academic degree is real or not, right?
Yeah.
They may have some of the systems, right? But overseas, if you got the master's degree or bachelor's degree or PhD degrees from the overseas, you must get an apostle or just Korean embassy's stamp. So just a copied one, it is not available. So, but you must understand that, right? So when you get the apostle or just the Korean embassy's stamp on it on the academic degree, and they just get the notary first on the copied one. So immigration office made to check your apostle, original apostle, and they didn't check your the document is a copied one or not. So immigration is a point of view. Just get a real apostille on a copied one is acceptable.
I see. So for making it easy actually for the listeners, I would love to mention, because I was foreigner in Korea. I was foreigner before. Now I became Korean, but still I have that experience, and my family members, they're foreigners. And when they graduate, like in overseas, if they don't have apostille, it's really big problem. So, and also asking someone to do it for you, it's also not easy to ask someone to do everything for you. That's better for you if you studied abroad. Definitely do apostille for your degrees, like if you did bachelor's, master's, PhD, whatever. If you had them, please get apostille and come to Korea.
This is the most important thing, right? So before and enter into Korea, get your diploma or a career certificate, apostille, or the Korean embassy and the consular attestation. And this is a more important way and more efficient way, right? So if you submitted that kinds of a document to the immigration office, there is no need to submit it one more time. Even if you change any kind of visa, and immigration office may the scan it and hold it. So just doing it when you are in overseas before entering into Korea, okay?
Perfect. There are so many questions. So someone asking about the points, like when like how many points we should get for getting 1 year, 2 year, or 3 years visa. So like in case of 80 points goes for 1 year, 100 points goes for 2 years, and 110 points goes for 3 years. Is it right, or can you confirm again?
But actually, if I were the immigration officer, right, I will just follow basic and the criteria that I showed you before, but a little bit different based on the which immigration office or which and immigration officers. So, but mostly they are try to follow the basic rule, and like 80 to 99 is a 1 year, and 100 to 129 points, or just income the point 30 to 49, 1 to 3 years.
Yeah.
But somebody said 100 to 10 maybe get 2 years, but I'm not sure. So that I showed you some of the criteria just for the reference. So all decisions will be made by immigration officers in higher position before allowing your F7. Okay.
Yes. So this is all the time actually goes to the at the end. You have to be well with the immigration officer. I think this is same in everywhere, any country you go.
Yeah, everywhere, everywhere.
You have to be careful with the immigration officer. And also, we have another question. So, do the points for the 500 top universities accumulates if you studied for the bachelor's, master's, and PhD to different universities, all in the top 500?
You can use the highest score the university's points. So for example, and okay, for example, I just checked it. If you were the you graduated and the master's in one of the 500 in the world and top universities, you may get 20, and also. You got the PhD from here in Korea. If you want to get highest score, it'll be better to use your masters from your 500 universities, because you may get 20 points. But if you using the PhD degree in Korea, you may get 10 additional points. So you can choose highest scores, okay, but cannot combine.
Okay. There is also a really interesting question. This person is under D7 visa.
D7, yes.
D7 visa and willing to apply for the permanent residency visa.
That's
F5.
good. Okay, good.
And is there any mandatory condition?
But actually, when
is it actually possible?
It's some of person, but every time that I explain the permanent residency, and I just explain EPICUP, eligibility, D7 to F5 is no problem. And P, the period, and the 5 years from D7 to F5, right? Then PI, income, the last year's income shall be over GNI double, like a 75 million won or more. And PCUP, Korean language proficiency, and the KIP stage 5 completion, and A, academic degree is not required, and P, and the permanent residency, permanent employment is not required. So EPIC is required, means need 5 years, KIP stage 5 completion, and the GNI double income. So who can meet this one properly? So in this case, I just recommend in F7 or the F99 and other F2 in the residence visa system. It'll be better to make your income higher. So if you have a chance, F7 is more applicable and recommendable before F5. Okay.
Yes. I think we should finish in here. It's just like that. Time is almost over.
I'm hungry.
Thank you.
I'm hungry.
Thank you for coming here today and joining us. And I would love to also tell all other people who's listening to us, like if you couldn't hear the answer for your question, or if you have questions but couldn't upload to the chat room, please contact Yeoksam Global Village Center. You can just upload the Google form, and then we will organize meeting with Mr. Zhang and you. Thank you for listening to us, and we will be back in 30 minutes for giving information about scholarships in Korea. We will have also unique people in here who's going to give different informations about different scholarships in Korea. Please stay in here. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Nihat, Director of Yeoksam Global Village Center again. We are going to move another session with Alena from Russia. She was 2016 university student who came to Korea with the GKS scholarship, and she's going to share her experience and also the directions how to apply for the GKS scholarship. And GKS scholarship, as you know, this is one of the most famous scholarship about Korea, and you will get details about it. And then after her presentation, we will have enough time to discuss about different scholarships in Korea. Stay tuned, she's coming in. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As Nihat already told, I'm going to talk about Global Career Scholarship today. I will first introduce myself shortly. In 2015, I graduated as a specialist of applied information technology in Russia. It's equivalent of master degree. And then in 2016, I've got a Korean government scholarship program grant and came to Korea. Now it's called Global Career Scholarship. And in 2020, I graduated as Master of Engineering in one of Korean universities. And as for now, I am artificial intelligence researcher here in Korea. So what is GKS? It's basically the best scholarship the foreigner can get in Korea, at least as far as I know. You get opportunity to get high quality education. You get all your tuition fee covered and living expenses, starting from the flight to Korea and ending with the flight back to your country. And actually you can find out more about this scholarship on the website Study in Korea. You can find out all the details about how to apply, like what documents you need, everything is in there. And I would like to share more personal experience and some tips which might help you to get this scholarship, which are not listed on the website. And this scholarship is not only what I already listed, it's also an opportunity to meet a lot of great people with unique backgrounds and experiences. And it's also a chance to get a better job either here in Korea or back in your country. It's also an opportunity to find yourself in the fields you would never imagine. You might start as a Bachelor of Engineering and end up as Yeoksam Global Center head. And you might think, am I good enough for this scholarship? Because it sounds so great and a little bit intimidating actually. But when I was applying, like, I didn't have that much background and some specifications. For example, when I was exploring before the application and talking to different people who already got the scholarship or was applying for it in my country, they all had some conferences and publications and topic certificates and everything. And I didn't even have English proficiency certificate, though I spoke English pretty well back then. And I just had good grades and some job experience in IT. And as you can see, like, no major publications, language certificates or participations in special events, and still I could get the scholarship. So how can you get it? So first of all, you need to be a little bit strategical about your application process. For example, when you apply for the scholarship, there are two tracks. For some countries it's just one, but mostly it's two tracks through the embassy and directly through the university. Through the embassy, you first apply your documents to the embassy in your country, and then if you're past that, you can apply to 3 universities in Korea, and then if you pass, your documents got passed to the NIED, National Institute of International Education here in Korea, and then you get the scholarship. If you apply through a university track, then you apply directly to the university, and then you go straight to the NIED track, and then you either get or not the scholarship. So I talked to people in Russia who are applying for the scholarship and who already got it. I found a local community on the Russian social network. You can try to search for some local communities on Facebook, or if you have some other social networks in your country. So I talked to people in there, and what I found out in Russia, at least in the year when I applied, people were getting scholarships through embassy track, either if they were applying for the PhD, or if they were if they were taking courses in the embassy, like Korean language courses in there. So I knew that for me, it wasn't an option, because I didn't attend those courses in the embassy, and I was applying for master's degree. So I went straight to the university track, and again, being strategical, in the year when I was applying, there was a situation that through university track you get just 5 spots for participation in the scholarship, and if you are from natural science major, or like engineering, anything related to that, and if you apply to the university outside of Seoul, then you can get additional 3 spots. So in total it would be 8. So I would have higher chances to get the scholarship. So I went through university track, and I looked through ratings of universities, and picked not at the very top, like not all those Seoul universities, which are really great, and it would be a great opportunity in the future. But for me at that time, was the important thing was to get the scholarship and come to Korea, and then I would act on the spot. So next, when you write your application, you would be asked about your Korean experience, not Korean, but like career-related experience. And many people, when I was applying, many people was just fans of K-dramas and K-pop. They just wanted to get in Korea. They didn't really care about education. It's not a bad or good thing, but if you're really willing to get the scholarship, you need to stand out from the crowd. And of course, it's great to mention that you are interested in Korean culture. You maybe got to know it through K-pop or K-dramas. It's good. But also, if you would be able to mention some other career-related experience, it would be good. For example, when I was applying, since I was in AI, I wrote that I wrote specific names of specific exhibitions, like technological exhibitions in the world, and I wrote that I saw these great Korean companies and they presented this and these technologies, and I was so impressed that it made me to want to study in Korea. And also I didn't have an experience of trip to Korea, but a year before application, I went to Japan, and it happened that I lived in Shinokubo area, which is an area for Koreans in Tokyo. And well, not specifically for Koreans, but a lot of Korea culture is concentrated in there. So there were restaurants and bars and shops and food, everything related to Korea, and a lot of Korean people. So I could experience some Korean culture in there. Also, one of my friends from university who got the scholarship as well, she went to our university as an exchange student in the past, and then she mentioned it in her application that, hey, I already studied here, I really loved it, so I really want to continue my education here, and she got the scholarship. Another my friend from States, she was a staff at the concert of Park Jae-bom, J Park, yeah, in English, and she was helping there at the concert, so she could mention like she could communicate with Korean people and work with them, and she was really impressed how all this entertainment industry works. So she came here to learn Korean culture, and actually when you get the scholarship, your journey doesn't end there. Being a GKS scholar gives you a lot of opportunities. Starting with getting better job and meeting a lot of people, you can participate in a lot of events which NID provides for students and government, and you can do some volunteer work, and you can participate in different events, either like scholarship related or just school events in your school. Just try to stay active, and you never know how it shoots later. For example, when I was in my second year of master degree, my friend contacted me and was like, hey, I'm going to take this KIP program, which is a Korean immigration integration program. And do you want to participate with me? Like, do you want to take classes with me? And I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? So I ended up getting topic level 5 after this program. I got this certificate which helped me with getting a job, because you can list it on the resume that you studied Korean culture. And later I was surprised to find out that I get additional points for my visa through this program. And going there, I just didn't even think about it. I was just like, my friend just called me, I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? So I followed him. And it happens all the time, like just search for those opportunities through Facebook communities or either through some emails NID sent you. Just stay active and keep studying, and wish you all luck. Thank you.
hope you guys enjoyed the session with Alena. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for having me.
I could feel actually you are trying to give, as much information as possible. This was really great session. We are getting actually lots of questions. Honestly, about the scholarships, we were getting questions beforehand, lots of them. And today actually we have another session guest. We have second guest, Jenny here. Thank you for coming and being with us today. And today I will try to ask actually questions from you. And in case of the scholarship, honestly, in case of the Alena, you came with the Korean government scholarship.
Yes.
And in case of you, how did you come to Korea? Can you just introduce yourself and give a little bit feedback about your situation? How did you come and what kind of scholarship you got and your experience about it, please?
Okay. So, hello everyone. My name is Janicia, but you can call me Jenny because it's hard, my name. So then, anyways, I came to Korea. Now I'm actually a senior year in Korea University. And I'm studying biosystem and biomedical science. And I came here because I just wanted to learn from my major, because I've been looking through Asia and didn't really get like the biomedical science major. So I just looked up through the internet and I'm like, okay, Korea University, sounds nice. Then I've just applied. And then after that, got the offer that I got in and I'm like, cool. And then got the scholarship and I'm like, great. Then I came and actually for my case, I'm not a GKS student.
Government scholarship.
I'm not in part of the government scholarship, but I did try to apply. Actually, apart from that, there are a lot of other scholarships like from each company or corporation, and now I'm actually receiving scholarship from KB.
Oh, so you are still student?
Yeah, I'm still a student.
And you are getting completely different scholarship than before?
Yes, yeah.
So first time, as I know, when you come to Korea, you got university scholarship.
But it's like the university scholarship. I guess it differ per university, but from Korea University they give international student scholarship, and it's either upon admission or later after your first semester you apply for the
like what kind of requirements did they get for that scholarship from university?
I'm not really sure for other universities, but for Korea University it's either you get from the academic excellence scholarship. It's like they cover 100%, or not. The other international, they have like several kinds, like even financial aid scholarships, and then also the academic improvement scholarship. And then they have like several.
From the name of the scholarship, I can guess actually for getting these scholarships, you have to be in university already.
Yeah.
I see. And now you are getting completely different scholarship, another scholarship. That's called?
It's from KB.
The bank?
Yep.
Oh, interesting. And how do you get that scholarship?
It's actually like I actually got the news from last year, 2020.
Yeah.
And then 2019 to apply for 2020, the whole year. They gave scholarship for the whole year. And but then because of Corona, they kind of canceled and stuff. But they don't cancel. Something happened, and then reapplied again on this year. So we got it from school, from the university. Like they set an announcement and said like students from Indonesia and also from Vietnam can apply for this scholarship, and I just applied.
I see. Well, thank you for your information. And more tips, Alena. You already shared lots of information about GKS scholarship, but more information. Today, someone mentioned is there any age limit for applying GKS scholarship? As I know, there is a limit for the bachelor's separately, for master's separately.
Yeah, but first it was already answered in the chat room, so thank you to those who participated. And there is a limit as far. I'm not really familiar with undergrad. I think
it's
you can.
25 because I came actually as a GKS student also, when I was undergraduate.
And as for masters and PhD, when I was applying, I think it was 38 years old, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
right
it's
now,
now
I
40.
think, yeah, they now upped it, so you can apply until that age. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your answer. To be honest, I already mentioned, I have been in Korea like almost like 12 years, and in this 12 years, my status every time was student. To be honest, I'm director for the Yeoksam Global Village Center, but every time, like for the beginning of my life in Korea, I came as a student, as a bachelor degree student of GKS scholarship. At that time, GKS scholarship was Korean Government Scholarship Program, KGSP. And now it became Global Korea Scholarship. And at that time, the regulation was a little bit different, and now they are keep changing the way, the direction, how to apply for the scholarships. Basically, you have two directions. One of them is you can apply through embassy, and another one you can apply through university. Like you can directly apply to the university to get that scholarship. And I can say that's the best scholarship, honestly, you can get in Korea. But you have to know, like there are many people applying for it. Like
Yes,
there are many
there are a
people
lot.
waiting, and they're like, okay, application will be open and I will apply and get it. But what you can do, like depending on the countries, actually they have different tricks for that. Let's say in case of if you are from Azerbaijan, we are 10 million people. So we have more chance to get that scholarship than, let's say, someone in Russia, because there are more population in there, so there is more competition. And that's why, depending on your nationality, it can be a little bit easier or more difficult for you to get that scholarship. And then there is another way to get the scholarships. Like, as soon as I came to Korea, I started actually finding out, because when we are outside of Korea, we don't know the situation. You mentioned well, because many people, they are interested in the K-pop, K-dramas, like the Korean entertainment industry. They are interested in that. That's why they come to Korea to see the idols. But then they come to Korea and then they say, oh, like there is a financial difficulties. And also, let's say when I was a KGSP, at that time we were getting like 800,000 won.
Yes.
And
it was the same when I was.
And,
but it was 9 for masters and PhD.
Now it's like they add, if you have topic 5, 6, then you get 100,000.
And they also increased this scholarship by 100.
I see. That's good. And at that time, like when I got that scholarship in our country, I was feeling, oh, this money will be enough to me. Even I can send money to my family. I will do financial aid to my family. And then as soon as I came to Korea, I felt, wow, actually this money is not enough. Like I should get, like I should do something more. But honestly, like GKS students, they can't do any activities while getting scholarship. And
only with the, if they ask from university and they get the like agreement of the university and visa center.
No, 227, like which is letting them to do like some additional activities while studying. But mostly these days, actually, they are universities. They are trying to focus the students like to their studies, not more than that. And more scholarship, like different scholarships. Like in case of me, when I graduated my bachelor's with GKS scholarship, I moved to the another university with different scholarship, and that scholarship was actually private scholarship. Like there is a rich person and organizing scholarship program and willing to actually help those foreigners who came to Korea and willing to get scholarships. So as soon as you get accepted from university, first like you passed already one level, like getting accepted to the university, then you can apply, you can check what kind of scholarships there are available for you. Let's say if you apply for University A, and University A, I think most of the universities, they have their own scholarships. So they should check, like when you apply for the scholarship, when you apply for the universities in Korea, check if this university has their own scholarship. And then check there are different scholarships. Let's say I can mention actually one of those scholarships, like Samsung Dream Scholarship. That Dream Scholarship is also really famous. And this scholarship is helping many people. Like most of my friends who came to Korea, they moved to the Samsung Dream Scholarship after they graduate from GKS, and those people they are having like enough honestly income, you know, from the scholarship, like to survive in Korea while studies. But rather than that, like what kind of scholarships have you heard in Korea? Like because we have many people around, and you know, as soon as you arrive Korea, you hear about different scholarships, right? Like one of them is Samsung Global Dream Scholarship. And there is another also POSCO company. POSCO company also, they are providing another scholarship for students who came to Korea and studying. And also now I am doing my PhD in SNU. SNU has also their own scholarships, lots of the scholarships.
Yes.
And before coming to Korea, nobody knows about it. And I would suggest actually how they should do that. Like how was the process for you? Like when you apply for the scholarship, where to start?
You mean for GKS?
Yeah, it can be GKS or any other scholarship. Like,
well,
if you get back the student time, you know, like when you were a
Yeah.
student, how did you find those scholarships?
Actually, for me, it was a little bit funny story. My friend just sent me a link to the scholarship and
Yeah.
said, "Hey, you wanted to study abroad, so I found this on the internet."
So should we select our friends well?
Well, but I know that many people, they just go on the website of the university they're interested in, and many universities, either it's a big university in Seoul or small universities somewhere like in the middle of nowhere, they all have, they all provide scholarships for foreigners. Either it's full tuition coverage or partially, they all can provide that. You just need to research. Maybe you're interested in particular city, and then you search like which universities there are in that city, and then you go through those universities' websites. Or you can go to Study in Korea website, and there are also a lot of programs apart from GKS. You can try to explore in there.
Yeah. Thank you for your information. And what would you add? Like where to start when you apply for the scholarship? Like if you are still a student and let's say you lost your scholarship, now you are trying to find another scholarship again, where would you start?
Actually, about the one that I did with the KB2, it's just like I just open Google, type Korea scholarship.
That's the answer.
A
would
lot.
like this.
Yeah, a lot came out. So I just clicked, okay, open new tab, open new tab, open new tab, everything. And then say like, I see, because some might have already passed the deadline and stuff. It's okay. I just write it down, and then like, Samsung, this scholarship is open around like, I guess it's around February or March. So I just write it down, February, March. So next year, around that time, I'll open the link again, and then other scholarships, so just write it down, and then to start, and then just because usually I guess from those scholarships the requirements are probably just writing a personal statement and also sending the, what do you call it, the
Academic
required documents, like the simple
the academics,
documents,
the academic transcripts. So anyway, the personal statements will be like pretty much similar. So just write one and then like tailor it to a bit more. So I think just write from Google. Google actually comes out a lot.
This is actually a nice point, you know, like when we are talking about scholarships, where to start? Like if you don't know really where to start, have you ever Googled it? Like this is actually a question for the listeners. Have you ever Googled this? Like if you Google, then you could probably get, you know, like those few information about where to apply, how to apply, what kind of programs there are in Korea. Most of the people, they don't waste their time. They say, oh, like I don't want to search, just let me know. But honestly, nobody going to give you all answers. Like today, we are sharing our experiences. Like personally, myself in Korea, I got more than 20 scholarships until now. And I can give all names one by one, but actually this shouldn't be this easy for you. No, honestly, like it will not be fair if you are not listening to this program. But I would give you tips how to get it. The first thing actually I would mention, it's Google. Google, like I'm telling every time in my sessions, you know, I use Uncle Google all the time. Just check, you know, like if you type scholarships for universities in Korea, like if you get more detail, then you will get more detailed answer. Like let's say scholarships, when I was actually 18, I was applying for the scholarships abroad from Azerbaijan, and I entered Google and I was typing scholarships in Korea. Then I couldn't find like detailed information. Then I moved scholarships in Korea for bachelor's degree, and then there were like few scholarships came up, and then I was checking, okay, like what kind of scholarships are in there? Like, oh, KGSP. What's KGSP? Inside KGSP, I checked, okay, like there are lots of information, and these days even it became more easier because before you could see just few information about KGSP, but now they put detailed informations. Like some people asked actually in the comments, like what kind of scholarships can we get if we are already in Korea? You can get actually a GKS scholarship also while studying in Korea. If you have good scores and having financial difficulties, then actually you can apply for GKS scholarship also from Korea, because they have different period for local students.
For self-finance students.
Exactly, self-finance students. That's actually the name title for it, right? Yeah. This is one scholarship, or another one scholarship. Like I applied for GKS. When I finished with the GKS, I was thinking about, okay, like master's degree, and I got this person who would love to give me the scholarship. And then I talked to our embassy. Our embassy in Korea. I was meeting one of those consulars in there, and he gave me actually one information, like, have you heard about this scholarship? It was Wusang Global Scholarship. And I said, what is that? It's first time actually I was hearing. And then I checked actually that scholarship, and I saw actually this is provided by one of the biggest shipping company. And then I checked, it was really nice scholarship, and many people they are not aware of it. And you have to get recommendation of the embassy. So if you are having a network with the people, if you are close with the people, then you can get actually more chances, you know, like to get these scholarships. Like when I was close with the embassy, I was contacting with them, you know, if there is any scholarship. Second way, not only embassy, your university, you know, like in university, in your major, also the person in charge, like in office, they can give you tips a lot about this. Like they get, as soon as companies, let's say I'm a company owner, I have personal company and I'm willing to give a scholarship for 5 foreign students. Where would I go first? Of course, I would go with the close university, you know, like maybe university I graduate. I would contact with the principal in university, and I would say, okay, I want to give this much scholarship to the foreign students. How should I do? How should I give this much scholarship to the students? And then they will recommend few students, foreign students or local students. Okay, like this is people, they're trying hard but having financial difficulties. Maybe you should help these people, and then you can get scholarship. So you should visit your office, department office most of the time. Third thing, international office. Many people they are not aware of you know, like the importance of international offices in universities. International offices for international students, and that's their job. And you know, like if there is any company, if there is a person, if there is any foundation willing to give a scholarship, where do they contact? Your department office or international office? International office actually is the first one actually coming to the mind. Okay, like maybe I should contact this international office and they will recommend some people to me. This can be like beginning, and then you can actually follow the guidelines, okay, and apply for different type of the scholarships. But normally when we apply for the scholarships, what kind of documents we need?
Well, First of all, you need an application form, which you can get usually from the source of where you found the scholarship. It's either like university website or like Study in Korea website or wherever you found the scholarship. So you need a lot of application documents. You need, of course, your academic transcript, yeah, from your previous studying, and it depends also on the university. Sometimes you need your bank account transcript. For GKS scholarship, I remember I prepared my parents' passport copies because you needed to prove that you are not Korean and your parents are not Koreans.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
good actual point also.
Yeah, so there are a lot of documents depending on the depending on each scholarship, but the basic ones are application forms and some academic transcript and maybe recommendations from your professors back in your country. Yeah.
Interesting. How about you? What do you think? Like, what kind of documents they asked when you were applying for the scholarship?
Basically, everything it's like basically very similar, like what she's already mentioned.
Yeah.
It's usually only probably some of them might ask for the bank statement or the what do you call that, the family certificate.
Yeah. Family
something-
relationship.
Yeah,
or...
family relationship. Some might ask for. I guess it different, but everything is kind of similar like that. I guess from what already mentioned. I guess.
Oh yeah, thank you. I would mention also. I would add there. You know, like if you are thinking about the scholarship, maybe we should add to the list. First, personal statement, right? Like this is something obvious. It's like when you apply for the work, you need a resume, and when you apply for the scholarship, you need personal statement. Then at least 2 recommendation letters, and the top person you can meet ever. That can be rector, that can be president, that can be someone, the top person, top 2 people in your life. And maybe they can actually influence to change your life, honestly. And similar industry, like don't go, okay, like you are applying for the business, but you are going to the, I don't know, some doctors and saying, okay, like give me some recommendation. This is not the right way. Of course, like related area, we have to point this, related area person who's ranked top for you, like 2 people, you should get at least recommendation. And then you have to consider about your results, the transcript maybe from high school, transcript from university, maybe for if you're applying for the masters, and if you're applying PhD, those backgrounds you had before. And then more than that, you have to be ready about my plan, what I did. Like you have to consider like 2 things: what I did, what I'm going to do. This is really important in Korea. Many people actually, when they are making their information, you know, like to apply for the scholarships, they are not aware of this, like what people consider about when they are giving their scholarship. Because you have to think the person who's giving you scholarship, they are like you, like they are same as you. And what would you know, like when you give scholarship, what kind of personality you would expect from the person? And those actually expectations, same for the person also, like when they are giving you scholarship. Let's say, oh, what I did, I was doing this activities, I participated this social activities, this programs, this events, I even attended all-in-one program of Yeoksam Global Village Center, blah blah blah. Like those information is really important. Even one detail, you know, like maybe you are missing that detail, but actually that's really important for the person who's giving you scholarship.
Yeah.
And then about future plan.
I would also add that when you write all these experiences, for example, I written in my application that I have a job experience. It's not something required on the documents, or like you don't have to have it, but I thought that it would up my chances to get the scholarship, so I mentioned it, and I took the paper from my workplace that I actually work in there, so as a proof. So if you mention that I don't know, participated in this conference or did this work or that work, try to get some paper which would prove it. Like in Korea, they really love papers and certificates.
I think there is a reason for that. Like, if we are applying for the scholarship, how they can find information about this? Like, of course, we have to prove, like, oh, we were doing this much activities. Like, I'm active person. Choose me. Why I should choose you? Because this activities I did.
It also would show not that. You participated in somewhere, but that you care enough for the scholarship, that you prepared all these documents, you went through all these troubles. Also, like, it goes to the point that when I was applying, I printed out all the documents on the very nice pretty paper. I put it in the very nice good folder, so it would make an impression on the person who get the documents, like, oh, this person really cares. Like this person cares more than others, and if there is, for example, a tie, let's say it's like a chance that there are two absolutely similar persons, like absolutely same persons, but one just made it more presentable. Of course, you will go with the person who is more presentable. Yeah.
Totally agree with that. Like, it must look actually professional.
Yes.
Like, it should be, oh, like, this person is really caring about this. Like, even when we are organizing programs, you know, like, when I see a person, you know, like, gave detailed question, then it means, oh, this person is actually really caring and really needs this. Like, I can see, like, consultation also, like, when we are giving, and everybody in hurry. Like, especially in Korea, you know, this bali culture, right? And everybody in hurry, and of course, like, they want it fast, but you know, like, we can make it really fast. Like, if we make it fast, we have to do, you know, like, so much work to organize it in a really fast period. But if we give little bit time to the professionals, then they can give us the date, so we can match with the person who's trying to get the consulting. But I can see actually some people, how much they are interested in about our program and about the consulting sessions, so they write in detail. Like, if you apply for somewhere, definitely you should mention the detailed information, and that will change the you know, like, the opposite side's mind about your situation. So, like, I would say, like, in here there are many people applied, and when you check the questions, it's really simple questions, but still, you know, like, depending on the way they put the questions, it's changing everything, and it's easy. Okay, like, easy to understand what they want. If you put, let's say, also I would mention this, you know, like, when you're applying for the scholarship regarding to something, like, it can be specific. Let's say there's a scholarship only for engineers from Asia, and if you're from Europe and you're applying for that, don't expect that you will get selected. They already mentioned that this is Asian students in engineering field, or they mention, like, Vietnamese, I don't know, like the Filipinos and Thai people, because they need those people, you know, they need to prepare those people. Also, this can be also a nice tip for listeners. When they are trying to apply for the scholarship, they should check where their country is targeted. Like, there are companies willing to open their branch in that country, but they need those foreigners, right? Before they invest to that country, they select people, give them scholarship, prepare them to work in their countries. And this can be also a really good option. I would say, actually, Samsung company using that a lot, POSCO company, they are using that a lot. So, and the other also big companies, giant companies of Korea, they are using these tricks a lot. And when you see actually scholarships, you can check actually if these when you are applying for the scholarship, please when you are applying for the scholarship, please check it out, and if your country is targeted, then you should definitely apply for that, because you will have more higher chances than others in case of the selection. And I would love to also ask about the scholarships, like the short-term scholarships. Like, have you ever been actually in competition, like speaking competitions, like pitch contests, or?
No, I have a lot of friends who did that.
Yeah.
And they did really great, and actually, from what I heard, it later really helped them with getting some other opportunities like jobs or the scholarship. So it's a really great thing.
Thank you. How about you? Like, is there any friend, or have you ever done any speaking contests or like any other contests like in Korea to get some present from there?
The thing that I noticed, it's actually also like there's a lot of speaking and those competitions, but in the science field, or also probably in both, I guess, from social science and natural science, they have a lot of ideas. It's called the competitions. That I applied for one to fix the
Fine dust.
The fine dust competition. But I mean, like, it's experience, even though I didn't win, but then it's experience. Everything, it's like...
The funny thing, actually, you know, I applied for most of them. Like, as soon as I see those programs, I was applying for it.
Actually, like for GKS students, there are a lot of opportunities from NID. For example, when there were, right now it's Corona, so it's not possible for end of year party, but before, when it was possible, like me and my friend, we prepared a dancing performance and got some financial help for that. And many people from many universities, they get also from NID in the end of year party, they get a grant for their excellence in studying, additional money. And as you already mentioned, you can get additional money for higher topic. And also, actually, there are a lot of opportunities, not just for GKS students, but for regular students from the government. Like even, maybe I heard correct, you also in your center sometimes do some events which would like help foreign students.
We are collaborating actually with different organizations. We can't do any financial help, but we connect with other organizations where we can help some people. And I would mention also, like, you know, like whenever I see these competitions, like it's speaking contest or it's idea contest, like I just apply for it. It's not because like I'm getting all of them, but I try to get experience. And you know, when I'm listening to that, every time I'm getting some tips, like what's people's you know, ideas, what's new trends, what kind of topics coming up, you know, like when they are doing speaking contests. I got actually like not now actually I'm Korean, so like before when I was foreign identity in Korea, I could actually go to all competitions, and I was going at all of those competitions every year. And imagine like how many competitions I applied. I went one competition and I got actually in final. And I went there, and when I was speaking, they said, wait. Like the speech you submitted to us and what you're talking about is different, completely different thing. Like what you're talking about. And then I remembered actually I was talking completely about something else. It was completely different program. But you know, it was really great experience. And honestly, I made really good support for myself. Like I could save lots of money just because of this contest. Actually, those also GKS students, they can also join these competitions. It's okay, like to join. Like you can't do work, but you can do actually this kind of competitions because it's helpful for you. It's helping you to improve yourself, to improve your Korean, to improve your you know, like life experiences, social experiences in Korea. More than that, we can talk also about the scholarships from foundations. This is also another topic I would love to mention. Like there are different organizations, foundations founded by different companies. It's not directly company, like when you mentioned like a company name, like this bank is giving this scholarship, but there are organizations like foundations. I'm sure like those listeners who's listening to us, they are saying, wait. That's actually on Google. You can just Google and find it. There are foundations giving away scholarships for who's working hard. Like you can prove yourself with your university results, or you can prove yourself with the activities you joined, or you can prove yourself like with the financial difficulties. Like if you prove that you don't have any way, like if you can't get this scholarship, you have to move back, then you can get those foundation scholarships. That's also a good tip from today for our listeners. What else would you add today's session? Because today this is actually the last session of the year from Yeoksam Global Village Center, and I would love to give more information about different scholarships.
Actually, like I don't know that much about like other scholarships, but what I would say, like as the last words, don't think it will be easy, because many people apply for the scholarships. They think like, oh, I just apply and I get it. No, be expecting that you will go through some troubles to get the scholarship. This is really big money.
That's true.
You're getting like even the tuition fee itself, like it's a lot of money. So be ready to work for that. And even though it sounds hard, what I'm saying, but don't be afraid. Just go for it and believe in yourself and work like the hardest you can. Even if you don't get a scholarship, you get the experience of applying for the scholarship, and maybe you will get the next one. So just don't be discouraged and keep pushing for it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for your suggestion, and please, if you have any suggestions, please let our listeners know.
I'll say one. I'll add to that actually, like for students who are already in Korea, who are already beginning to their studies and stuff. Sometimes there are scholarships in the school university websites that are not listed in the English version, but only in the Korean version of the school website. Sometimes if you already know Korean, at least know the word 장학금, just type in the search for it. And then sometimes like the scholarships are given to other universities, but not announced in our university, for example. So, for example, it's announced and they have an announcement, it's open for all international students, but for example, in SNU only, from the announcement board in SNU, but not in other universities. Sometimes that happens, and just apply. Even though it's for SNU, apply.
This is actually a good point, came from Jenny. Thank you for your tip. Basically, if the scholarship announcement went to one university and it's from outside, it's like from third parties, maybe there's a possibility they are giving scholarship for your university also, but your university didn't post about it. So you can just apply, and maybe there is a possibility to get that scholarship too. That's definitely right, because one of my friend actually, he got scholarship because of me. Like I was checking the website all the time, and I gave him the information, and he just emailed them all information, and he got the scholarship. But he was studying in a completely different university. This is a nice point also to mention. And also there are lots of questions, but it would be really hard to pass one by one. But later, today's program goal is showing that Yeoksam Global Village Center is providing these all supports like starting from visas, scholarships, employment, business, tax, and more. Like we can add actually real estate to here. We can have startup competitions, programs, and more. Since we are having lots of programs, but the most famous program of our center is the free Korean classes. That's why many people thinking, oh, maybe they are just providing free Korean classes. That's all. But actually, we have different services, and many people actually, when they applied for that for our program, they mentioned actually, oh, like where we can get official information about the visa, or where we can get official information about the scholarships, or where we can get the official answers about the tax. Actually, like Yeoksam Global Center, Yeoksam Global Village Center is the center where you can get all those answers at once. But you have to register because of the corona situation. Actually, we are getting reservation beforehand. Then you can visit our center and talk to our professionals, get some support. More than that, just before finishing our session, I would love to mention also, you know, there are scholarships also where they don't care about your results. And this question came up. That's why I'm asking actually, if you have lower scores but you are applying for the scholarship, how it would happen? Do you have any information about this? Like if you have a little bit less scores, then how would you apply for any scholarship? Or is there any scholarships actually they don't care about your scores? Have you ever seen that kind of scholarships?
As far as I know, university financial aid doesn't really look at the scores, but at least have a minimum of like 2.5 or something. But 2.5 out of 4.5 is
that's
really
big, yeah.
That's
big support.
No, I mean like the grades.
Oh yeah,
they have
yeah,
like
yeah,
minimum grade at least
2.5.
2.5
Yeah, like,
out of 4.5. It's like C.
Yeah.
C plus or something.
Normally the organizations, when they are giving scholarships, they are looking for over 3, right?
Yeah,
it's mentioned like this
usually
way.
over 3.
But this person has less than 3.
Usually, if there are some that actually don't look like the financial aid, they have only like the minimum of the minimum, that even if you don't get that, you won't be able to pass the university, so that minimum grade. And also if you just want to apply, sometimes they do, but then make a very impactful personal statement. It's like, why did I get like this grade in that year? And what happened? Why did I? For example, if you get a really low grade, but you went to like competitions and then go to, for example, like MUN or something, represent as delegate of Korea or something. There's a lot of, like the reasons that you can state that and make a very impactful, and then state like why is it that you get very low grade, or like not very high grade.
Yeah, maybe a specific reason,
yeah.
like maybe family problems, or it can be financial difficulties, or like there can be lots of different reasons actually. If you can prove that, then it would help. All right, is there anything you would love to add just before we wrap up and finish our session? Anything you would love to add?
Well, I already said my last words.
All right.
So just work, search online, try to dig in wherever you can, and search for as much information you possibly can. It will always help you to get a good scholarship. Yeah.
Thank you guys for joining to us today, and I would love to mention to those listeners, we are going to have another session about employment in Korea, because I can see actually many people also when they applied, they were questioning scholarship part with the employment questions. So like we are going to get employment questions, and also we'll have two different guests. One of them is actually Alina, because since she graduated as GKS, then she's working in Korea in her professional field, and also we'll have another guest, different person who's coming in and going to share the experience as a person who is employed in Korea. And also I will share my tips with you from Yeoksam Global Village Center's perspective. Stay tuned, we will get back in what time exactly? Let me let you know exactly at 1:30. 1:30 we will get back to you and talk about employment in Korea. Thank you for your time and stay tuned. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed your lunch, and we are going to continue our sessions with another professionals from different fields. Now we are moving to the employment in Korea session. We are going to another presentation from Alena, and also we have another guest whom I'm going to introduce later to talk about her experience in Korea. Let's welcome Alena to share her experience about employment in Korea.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elena, and now I'm going to talk about getting a job in Korea as a foreigner. Maybe someone already heard the previous session, but for those who are new, I'm going to introduce myself a little bit briefly. So I graduated from Russian graduate school in 2015 and then got a scholarship in Korea and came here in 2016 and then graduated as Master of Engineering in 2020. And as for now, I'm working as artificial intelligence researcher in Korea. And today I'm going to share some tips and tricks for getting a job in Korea as a foreigner. So first I would like to share a little bit about my own journey, how I got the job in here. So first, of course, where to find a job. It's websites. Most of you know Saramin, and there were many other websites to find a job, but for me the most helpful one was Saramin and also Job Planet. It's a website where you can find different like inside information about companies in Korea, and it's not free, you have to pay for membership in there, but I found it helpful, especially in terms, because people share their experiences from working in the company and also their salaries and all the inside information. And for me, the most useful information was the information about interviews, like what questions they get in there, what they've been asked to do, and how the result went, like the vibe of the interview, like all the insights. You can also make some kind of image about the company from what people are writing in there, and also like how much they're writing in there, if the company is like popular or not. Then I also prepared my portfolio because I'm from AI field. I needed to prepare some projects that I did in the past. Actually, when I just started searching for a job, I didn't know about that step. I just prepared my resume and just sent it to different companies. But then one day I started to meet companies where I really wanted to apply, really good companies. But there were situations when the due date for application is tomorrow, and they asking for portfolio and I don't have one, and you really need some time to prepare it, especially if you don't have many projects on hand. If you're like from other fields, like I don't know, art, design, something like that, or other like IT major, you might need a portfolio as well. Then when I got all those instruments, I started to search for a job. The first way I did it was kind of Korean way, when you write your resume depending on the company. Like when Koreans apply for jobs, they have certain format of the way, like how they write the resume. It's like self-introduction, motivation why they're applying for the company, some backgrounds, also like pros and cons of their characters, like many different sections on the resume. And also it is a little bit time consuming because you need to write a very specified resume for each company. I thought it would be better in the first, but as I said, it's very time consuming, so you spend a day or two to write a resume for each company, especially if you really care about getting in there, you might spend even more time. That way didn't bring me a lot of interviews with the company, so I switched to another way which my friend suggested to me, like a foreigner way kind of. You write just one standardized resume, small introduction about yourself, then a lot of background related to the field, and then you just send to as many companies as possible. Like if you can 100 company a day, just send it as much as you can, and then you will get, of course, a lot of feedback from companies and asking for the interview. As far as I know, many foreigners go with this way, and as soon as I went with this way, I got successful and got a job as well. And I wanted to mention, like, before you start searching for your job, there are several things you should do. As I already mentioned, prepare your portfolio. If it's necessary for your field. Also, try to improve your Korean in advance. Of course, there are a lot of jobs which do not require Korean knowledge, just English would be fine. But knowing some Korean really increases your chances and really increases the pool of companies you can choose from. And you can improve your Korean through school. In many schools there are classes, free classes they provide to improve your Korean, or through KIP program, which stands for Korean Immigration Integration Program, or you just can self-study. There are many ways, or you can learn online or from your friends. Just try to improve it a little bit. And prepare to write your resume in Korean as well. Maybe you are not really fluent in Korean and you don't really know how to write it. Just ask your friends for help, like Korean friends or maybe some foreigners who know the Korean better. Yeah, you might not know Korean really well, but the thing is, HRs in the companies, they probably know English even worse than you know Korean, and when they see the the resume in English, they might be like, oh, what do I do with this? Okay, whatever. We have a lot of resumes in Korean in here, so I will just go with that. Of course, there might be like heads of departments who really fluent in Korean, in English and everything, but HRs, they usually not. So try to be as much understandable as possible to them. So also try to get many certificates. I will talk about it a little bit later. And also ask your professors or friends if they can recommend you to someone, because when I was graduating, one of my professors, he suggested me to introduce me to some companies in the city where I was studying, but I was really aiming for Seoul, so sadly I had to politely reject. And when I talk to my Korean friends, I'm like, hey, did you get a job yet? And they usually answer like, no, I didn't even bother to find one because my professor is going to set me up with someone. So that's how many people find a job actually. And as I mentioned about certificates, certificates are a spec. In Korean, spec is specification. So it's really important because it goes on your resume, and the more you have, the better. Because it will make you stand out from the crowd, especially when there are a lot of Koreans with a similar background maybe, and with better Korean than you have, of course, and with a lot of specifications they start to prepare like maybe years before graduation. You need to compete with them, so you need as many specs as possible. It may be anything starting from subjects you took in school, which might be related to your job. Your graduation thesis might be related to the job you're trying to get, or even if it's not, like it's still your spec, and maybe you participated in some projects, you prepared the portfolio, language certificates, not only topic. It might be KIP certificate, it might be, if you're not from English speaking country, it might be TOEIC or OPIC. Like just any language certificate would be good, and certificates of proficiency, especially if it's in Korean, it would be great because those are regionally really hard to get, and if you're getting it as a foreigner, it's even better. And if you are not able to get those, you can get some small certificates from Coursera or edX or similar resources. And also you can provide some records of competing on some conferences or competitions, like in my case, because I was getting a job as AI researcher, I competed in data science competitions and got some results in there, so it can also get on your resume. And you might think that some of your achievements are not really important, but they probably are. Like, try to get as many specs on your resume as possible. Like, it may be anything, even like participating in school interest club like 동아리. It may be showing that you're really outgoing and you can communicate with Korean people well and get along with them well. So like anything can be a spec and go on your resume. And let's say, for example, you get the interview, you're preparing to go there. What you should do before that? First, review your resume, because as I said, like if you go with the way that you write one resume and send it to many companies, maybe 1 week passed, maybe 1 month passed, so you might already forget what you've written in there. And you need to review that in terms that people during interview, they will ask you questions depending on your resume. And especially if you've written it in Korean, and you forgot some words for some things you read in there, and they ask you about it, and you're like, oh my God, what is that word in Korean? Like, I don't understand. So better prepare, review your interview, your resume in advance again. Also, prepare your self-introduction for 1 minute. It might sound like a joke, like, come on, I can talk about myself for 1 minute, but actually it's really hard to put together really well-spoken story about yourself under 1 minute, and especially like you need to prepare those essentials related to your job and those experiences. And also, not only your resume will be questioned, but also your self-introduction. So for example, if you're telling in your self-introduction like, hi, I'm this and this from this country, I like graduated from this school, and let's say like I participated in these projects and everything, and then the interviewer will be like, oh, so you participated in this project, could you tell us more please? So if there's something you don't want to talk about, you don't want to be asked about during the interview, maybe you should omit it during 1 minute self-introduction. And if there's something you really want to like put it out, you can put it in there, and maybe it will catch the attention of the interviewer. And also review companies' requirements for this position, because what usually happens, at least in IT field, the head of the department searching for a developer, and they give a list of requirements for HR and being like, hey, we need a person who knows something out of this, not everything, but maybe this and that. And what HR usually does, just put everything on Saramin or some other website and being like, you must know this. If you don't know this, we don't need you. So just ignore that and just know at least something from the list very well. But others, you might not know it well, but at least get familiar on Google. I don't know, like first paragraph on Wikipedia, for example. Because when during interview they ask you, for example, do you know something about this technology? You will be like, actually, I don't know much. I heard about it. I heard it's needed for this and that, and you can use it like that. So they will be like, oh, okay, this guy prepared and at least familiar with the concepts. Also, know about the company. Maybe try to Google about CEO, maybe try to Google some articles about the company, and just research more into their products, what they're doing, maybe some corporate policy. Maybe many companies, they have Facebook groups for the employers, for the employees, and just look through the pictures, and you can just go through all that information, and later it will be helpful when you're preparing your motivation, why you're applying for this company, but because they will most likely ask you why you want to work at our place, and that's when that would come in handy. Also learn about documents which are needed from the company for your visa, because many companies, they haven't dealt with the foreigners yet. They don't know how to deal with the foreigners and which documents they might have. Even can they hire a foreigner? They don't know that usually. I've been asked a lot, many times during interviews, hey, what documents we might need, and you can get that information from 1345 call center and find out there more. And actually, I would suggest call there several times to several people, maybe in your language and also in English, and if you can in Korean, because sometimes they all have different information and provide different information for the people. And as the last, I wanted to give some more advice. First, don't be afraid to bite more than you can chew, because you can see all those jobs on websites, and they're the requirements might be really, really intimidating. Oh, they need a person with 1 or 3 years experience, or 4 years experience. I don't have any experience. What do I do? But you graduated from master program. It might do. You don't know that until you try. Maybe they asking for some specific technologies. In my case, when I applied for the company where I worked. I applied for computer vision, but during my master degree, I was doing natural language processing with AI. And those are a little bit different fields, but both were generating. I did text generating, and the company required image generation. So when I came to the interview and they gave me cases, I was like, oh, I don't really know how to solve this problem from computer vision point, but I would assume if it would be text generation, maybe I would solve it this way. And somehow they asked more following questions, and I got a job. So it might look that you are not the fit for the job, but you never know until you try. Just First, send your resume. If they think you are okay, just come to the interview. Even if you fail, the interview is still the practice for you, because the more you get interviews, the more confident you get each time. For example, I took topic tests, like, I don't know, I've been living in Korea for more than 5 years, and almost every time I take topic tests, just for fun, I don't know, just my hobby. And first time when you go to the test, you're so intimidated, you don't know what to do, you're so scared and everything. But now when I go to the test, I'm just like, whatever, and I don't know, every time get a good score, even without preparation. So it's the same with the interviews, or actually anything you do. The more practice you get, the more confident you get, and the people, they will see it during the interview, and they will be like, oh, this guy or girl, they know what they're doing. Also, if you're really in a hurry and you need to get a job as soon as possible, you might try some companies outside of Seoul or big major cities like Busan or Daegu. Try some smaller areas, like maybe near those cities, because I know there are many factories and companies who are in need of foreign language speaker. Like they might need an engineer, but who also is very fluent in English or some other language. Try those companies. Not many foreigners want to work in there because, you know, it's not a major city. So you would have more chances in there. Also, you might try startups. Like I was working in a startup, and I remember when we were searching for a developer, there were just parades of people. Like each day, 2 or 3 people for the interview for several weeks, and in the end we get hired some, I don't know, I would say not really suitable candidate, but we get what we get, because Koreans usually want to work in really big companies, like stable and, you know, for many years. So not many people want to go to small startups because, you know, the startup might be closed or something else might happen. But if you're in a hurry and you really need a job, just go for it. I mean, it provides you with a visa, it provides you with money for some time, it provides you with some experience, job experience still. And while you're working in there, you can prepare yourself for a better job in the different place. And also, the last advice I would like to give is ask questions during interview, because it's not only them choosing you, it's also you choosing from different companies. So ask questions you might be curious about. If you're not curious about anything, just prepare in advance some questions. It will show that you are interested, that you put in time to find out about the company, and you still have some blanks, even though you found out a lot, and not just some, like, you know, basic questions, but some specific ones. And also it would show that maybe you have a choice, like you have several companies. You can ask like, hey, I actually went to that interview and, you know, they used these technologies and I thought it's really cool. Do you have something similar in your place? And they will be like, oh, this guy is in demand, so maybe we should provide with a bigger salary or something else. So just try to play kind of in there and just stay confident and go for it, and good luck. Thank you.
Hope you guys enjoyed the session, and now we are going to have Q&A session with our guests. We have another guest in here. Please, could you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I am Ong Chin-i, or you can just call me Jane in English. Yeah, I came to Korea since 2016 through KGSP scholarship program, and I studied chemical engineering in Yeoksam University. And after I graduated this year, I joined a pharmaceutical company, worked as a project engineer, and now I'm in a startup company as a validation engineer. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you for this brief information. Since actually we got lots of information from Malena, I would love to ask more questions from you now. What do you think? Like, where is the beginning, just starting point for finding a job in Korea?
I think it's better to start as soon as possible because there's one thing I want to share with you guys about the background of the employment market in Korea. I don't know if you guys know about the concept of 공채 and 수시채용, because in the past 10 years, the trend of the employment market is all about the 공개채용 공채, which means that a company, they will first figure out how many people they are gonna employ and how many vacancies they have, and only that based on the vacancy they have, they choose, like for example, they need 100 people, so they hire 100 people without like considering if they fit the position or not. Just hire the smartest people they think, and after that, after they enter the company, they will have the training, they will have the education, they will have the games, they will even have the test to test their qualifications and what position do they really fit. And from that time, only they know that what position they are gonna get and what position they are gonna have. So that was the old version, old trend. So in the past, they like to choose the people, they like to hire the people which is the smartest. Like for example, if you have a good GPA, if you have like good language skills, they will like take you, they will hire you. But recently, I think after the COVID-19 broke out, they changed from this kind of 공채 into 수시채용, which means that once they have the vacancy, they hire people. So in this time, they are more focused on how much do you fit on these positions. And yeah, that's why I feel like it's better to like prepare as soon as possible, even in the first or the second year in the university, because that you have to have a clear idea that what position and at least what industry are you gonna join, and based on that, you can prepare more and more. Like you have 4 years, so after 4 years, sure you are gonna have better advantage than other people, and you can get a better job in the market. Yeah.
Oh, this was really actually amazing information. This is really unique information, like we can't find anywhere. But I'm getting actually another question. Then, when did you start actually searching for the job? Like, as soon as you graduate, or you started searching for the job as soon as you started university?
Actually, I didn't know that kind of concept when I was in the first and the second year. So that's why I really want to tell everyone is watching this YouTube channel. And I did know that the employment market in Korea is very hard, difficult. So I did start to study hard, like get the certificates and improve my language skills since I entered university. But if I had a better, clear position that I would like to take, I think I would be totally different now.
Oh, I see. How about you, Alina? Like, when did you start preparing for finding a job?
Oh,
when was that?
I did it really wrong way because I was in my master degree, so prior graduation, it's all about the graduation project and you just killing yourself for all of that. So I started to find a job when I graduated already. And to be honest, I would start it way earlier and at least preparing. I knew, like before graduation, I knew that I need to prepare this and that, but I just didn't have time. Like when it's your last, I don't know, semester or 2 semester of your master degree or maybe PhD degree, like you don't have time for these kind of things. So in the first year, I thought like, oh, I have a lot of time. And then in the last year, I was like, oh my God, I don't have any time. Like I wish I would prepare in advance before all this graduation process started.
Seems like it's all everyone's problem. Like everybody just waiting. Okay, like as soon as I graduate, I will get a job. But then as soon as you graduate, you feel like, okay, I'm not ready. I need to prepare for finding a job.
It's not only like when you graduate. I thought I would start before I graduate, but my graduation project hit me. So I got really busy with that. Like I didn't sleep, I just like did that. And because you really concentrated on graduation, like you cannot really think about like job or like, do I need to prepare certificates? Like what? No, I just want to finish this one first. So it's better like to start maybe just get into university if you are like for graduate school. Maybe first half of the year you can enjoy the atmosphere and then you better start preparing.
Oh, so you came to Korea as a master degree student?
Yeah.
And how about you?
I am an undergraduate.
So you came as a bachelor's. So
Yeah.
as a bachelor's and a master's, that's the difference. I think you have 4 years to prepare.
Yeah.
You have 2 years, right?
Yeah.
And that's why like you have to hurry much more than them.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I was also a student in Korea, and while I was a student in Korea, I never thought about finding a job. I mean, of course, like everybody worried about finding a job, right? But I never thought I will work for someone. Every time, like I was thinking about employment, I was thinking, okay, I will have a company and I'll have people working for me. So I was preparing every time for myself, like this direction. Okay, I should be a person who is giving jobs to people. Because every time I was thinking, okay, like I'm preparing myself, but why I have to work for someone to make money? And my mind was a little bit different, but definitely I could see everyone, you know, like preparing for the job, especially after graduation. But before graduation, that's why maybe I came as a bachelor's to Korea, and while studying, I was working all the time. Like I was focusing on, you know, finding jobs, finding different experiences, and see actually which direction is fitting with me. And I end up actually, before graduation, I started actually a company. I worked with different companies also in Korea. But the experiences, you know, like when I entered first company, I felt, okay, I studied this major, but this doesn't fit with me. Like I was computer engineering graduate, but I was feeling I'm not the person who's just sitting in front of the computer and just do the job. I was the person like to talk to the people. Maybe you can feel actually from today's sessions, right? That's why I was feeling, okay, maybe this doesn't fit with me. Did you have that kind of experience? Okay, like maybe this is not the direction I should go and start it again. Have you ever experienced that before?
Yeah, I just feel that recently because as every Korean, all I wanted when I was in university was like enter the tech job, a big company.
A big companies.
Yeah,
Of course.
So I was studying really hard, like get all the certificates, like join all the activities and some things. So, but after I entered, I really got my dream job at the first, and then but I realized that it's not really what I want, and it's not suitable for me. And then so now I came to the startup company, and yeah, I think I found what I want to do, and yeah, I'm doing at it right now.
Uh-huh. So. How about you? Did you have any experience like, okay, like I wanna give up this direction, I wanna start in completely different industry or maybe different company?
Well, to be honest, sometimes I have those thoughts like, oh, maybe something else would be better for me. I don't know, I just like, from the very beginning, I really wanted to get into AI, and I worked so hard for that, like studied and then worked in this company. So I don't know, I think I will just keep being in that field.
I see. I every time actually feel like, I should try this one and try this one and try that one. Then I check everything and I feel okay, like maybe that was fitting with me. Then I get back to that job. But this is really the different experiences coming from the background. I think education also really influencing a lot, and the people surrounding you also, they are influencing you a lot, because before it was like trend, everybody was just getting in one company and staying in there for long term. But these days trend change. People just keep changing the company until it fits their their desire. And I also want to ask questions about like the Alena, like you mentioned while your pitch, you said that as a spec we can talk about competitions, like attending competitions also. Like where to find this kind of actually related information? Like what kind of competitions actually we can enter?
Well, I don't know about all the fields. I know only about like data scientists and AI, machine learning, that kind of stuff. The most popular platform, it's Kaggle. You can find it on Google. Starts with a K, then Aggle. It's a very, very famous one, the most famous in the world, and it's actually really hard there to get like the first place. But even if you get in the first 100, because there are a lot of participants, and even if you get in first 100, it will already like make you stand out. Also, there are other platforms, like in Russia, for example, there are a lot of platforms from IT companies for competitions as well. Like I wouldn't mention them here because like not everyone is Russian, and there are actually like foreign, there's competitive programming, not for AI, just programming like algorithm and all those kind of stuff. You can try those platforms. Just try to Google something like competitive programming or competitions programming, something like that, or competitions data science. Or also there are platforms like that in Korea. Like as far as I know, the most famous one in Korea is Daikon. In English, I think it's Dakon. Just search either Daikon or Dakon on Google and it will go out. Like they have a lot of small competitions like every month, several competitions a month. And because there are not that many people competing like on Kaggle, because that network is like worldwide, but this one is local one, so you can try yourself in there, especially if you're familiar with Korean. But I know some Russian scientists who enter that website competitions without knowing Korean. They just use Google Translate and they win competitions in there, and wow. It's not only goes to your portfolio, it also gives you money, like really good money.
How about like different industries? Actually, have you ever been also like this kind of competitions, like which would influence your spec in Korea, like in your industry maybe?
As I know, I didn't know about that, or I have to find my career path, and like I didn't know that what suits me better. So I was just focusing on study, like I said just now. I was focusing on the spec of 공채, like GPA, like languages, like skills, but without any specific position. So I didn't join that competition, but instead I took some certificates related to my major.
I see. So basically, some people they focus on their studies, like just focusing on the GPA, like keeping it high. So later, when you apply for the companies, they check it actually. Like if you are going for the same industry, definitely they're gonna look at that. And having competitions, I think for the beginning, it's not easy to enter this kind of competitions, right? Like you should have some experience in same field.
I mean, like, if you have some knowledge about your field, it's like the entering is easy. Like you can just enter the competition, no one cares. You can enter and never submit anything, just leave it as it is. But if you keep pushing, like you can just keep trying. It's not 1 day or 2 days. Actually, by the way, there are a lot of hackathons also for IT people. True, you can Google about that as well. And those kind of competitions, like for data scientists, they usually takes like more than a month. So you have plenty of time to research yourself, to prepare yourself, to Google maybe some ways like what people usually use during those kind of competitions, like what technologies they use, what platforms, how they like prepare themselves. So let's say you enter some in competition, you just select the topic of it, you enter it, and then while competing, you learn a lot of new things. So it's not only like, oh, I took a part in this competition. It's also like, hey, I know about this stuff. Like, for example, if there is some competition related to finances, like prediction of the market, you can later go to financial company and be like, hey, I didn't win here, but I was pretty close to that, and I have this experience. So I know how to deal with this kind of data. So it still can be beneficial, and even if you don't win, but entering the competition, it's like, it's nothing complicated. You just enter and that's it. And then you just push. And
Yeah. And actually, we are getting some questions like, there are some people who's just watching from abroad, you know, like maybe because of the pandemic, actually, we moved to the online, and maybe we are using actually this opportunity to expand overseas and show them actually there is a support center for the expats, foreigners in Korea, in heart of Seoul, Gangnam, and they don't know actually about the job industry overall at all. Like they don't have any information. Okay, maybe they studied abroad, and what they should focus on, like they are just graduating and they are willing to work in Korea, where they should start. Like basically these people, they have diplomas, and it's not firstly I think before preparing for the job, the first thing I think they should focus on the visa, what kind of visa they have. And I think we covered this in the morning, you know, like if they get back to like the beginning of this video, you can find information about the visa processing for that. And after if you are qualified with the visa, then you can actually move on, and then you can focus on the qualification, like basic qualifications. What kind of basic qualifications they asked from you, like when you apply for the job?
What kind of qualification do they ask?
Yeah, like any specific things like they asked from you?
Actually, I think I'm kind of a lucky case because they didn't ask so much about me, but I think that for undergraduate students like me, they actually didn't expect so many things from you because they know that you really don't know anything about that. So you just have to show that you are willing to do everything and you are patient with this job. You're patient. You are willing to do your, just show this kind of patience to the interviewers and make a good impression to them. I think that's most important.
And anything you would add?
Well, for when you're already master or PhD degree student, it's a little bit more difficult. Like they expect more from you, so it's the same.
No expectation, lots of expectation.
It's the same. They like you should show how you're passionate and you would do anything. Like you're a very hardworking person, but also on top of that, they expect you to know things about the field because like you spent 2 or 3 years or maybe even more in graduate school. You didn't just, like in graduate school, you just don't go to classes. You make some projects, you make your graduation thesis project. So you really spend time on actual tasks, which could be found on the job. So they expect more knowledge from you and more experience. Even though you don't have actual work experience, they expect some like technological experience. If I don't know, if it's some other field, I wouldn't be that confident to talk about it. But as for IT, I remember when I was working and we hired new guys from undergraduate. Like when I just came, I thought like they didn't expect much from me, and I am just like newcomer and like I don't know anything or whatever. But when I saw undergraduate students came later, like I was like, oh, I'm important because like when I just came, they gave me projects straight away, like my own project, because it's a startup, we cannot do like big teams.
Yeah.
So I got a project like the second day. The first day they told me like, oh, just like you have 1 month to learn about these things. I'm like, yeah, cool. The next day, like the Tepenim, the CEO, calls me in and being like, oh, so you're going to be doing this and that. And I'm like, okay. So I started my own project right away, and I'm looking at undergraduates, guys, they just come, and what they're doing is just they preparing data, which is not, how to put it gently, like it's not, you don't need to be really qualified for that. So they're doing some routine tasks which like higher position do not really want to deal with. So then you understand like, oh, so actually like you need to know some stuff. And also like when I was listening to feedback, when the people in the company were talking about some people who were coming for the interviews, they usually say like, oh, this guy, like he came from undergraduate, like he doesn't know much, he doesn't know anything actually, like he can do some programming just a bit, but I can see that he's teachable, like we can teach him something. And then people actually come and like in a couple of months they become like really good in their job. So yeah, as Jen already said, like they just show that they're passionate about this thing, so they're given a chance and they show themselves later.
Okay, we talked about the qualifications, right? Like,
Yeah.
okay, like at least you should, like for bachelor degree, they don't expect that much, but in case of the master PhD graduates, they are expecting some qualifications. But in case of, let's say, okay, like I have qualifications, but how do I apply for the job? Like where I should find this job? Like what kind of platforms I should use, or should I just come to Korea and then apply for the jobs? How's the process? Okay, like in your case, guys, like where did you apply for the job?
I applied from Job Planet, but
Job Planet. That's job platform, like job seeking platform in Korea.
right.
And how was the experience? Like, is it like fully in Korean?
Yeah, it's full in Korean, and rather than this kind of platform is already known, I would suggest that and although the expo, I think everyone knows the expo already. It's gonna be held like 1 year once, but
What kind of expo is that?
like 취업 경험회.
A job fair. Job
yeah.
fair. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a job fair once a year in Korea, but because it's just once a year.
But you have to be in Korea to join that.
Yeah, so what I want to say, if you miss it or you cannot join in Korea, maybe you can see the company list which had joined this job fair before, and then search into their website and see if there is any position open for foreigners. Because there are the companies which did really hire the foreigners, so maybe they will be more open to foreigner, and even when you enter to the company as a foreigner, it will be more foreigner friendly for them. So it's less difficult as a fully Korean company. Yeah.
How about you? What do you think? Like, what kind of experience you had? Like, when you applied for the job, where did you apply?
Well, I was applying through Korean websites, of course, but right now I think I would go more with website like LinkedIn or maybe Stack Overflow. It's for developers, and this kind of like, you know, foreign website, maybe like Glassdoor, something like that, because in Korean websites you can find some positions specifically for foreigners, but it requires digging. Also the website, I'm not sure if it has like English version in there, so it might be hard a little bit, but I know most of people in like Korea who I know and who are not being able to communicate in Korean, they find jobs through Saramin, but I would suggest LinkedIn probably, and just go for position because they are already expecting a foreigner or someone who is speaking good English, maybe like Korean, but with the good language skills. And also I would I forgot what I wanted to say. I'm sorry.
You guys actually seeing her first time, but if you were following us, you should know that she was listening. She was joining actually also last session. That's why she's a little bit tired already. But let me just summarize it. What we were talking about. Take your pen and just write down. Yes,
I
please.
remembered what I wanted to say.
Go for it, please.
So when you're applying for the job, you ask for qualifications, and actually, if you are like, I know many people are stressed out about the language because it's a very different language from English or like some other like European languages or other languages, and you shouldn't be stressed out about it, especially if you go through websites like LinkedIn or Glassdoor or somewhere like that. As long as you're really good at your job, they wouldn't care. Like I have a sonbae from school who is working in NVIDIA in Korea, and he got the jobs just like that, even though he doesn't really speak Korean well. But he's really, really good specialist. Like he's incredibly smart, hardworking, and just like amazing at his job. So people, and this is not his first job in Korea as far as I know, so they would hire you anyway as long as you would do the job. Like they wouldn't really care about language that much.
So let's just summarize it.
Yeah.
So we have platforms, online lots of platforms. In case of if we are searching in Korean, right, in Korean, then we can go for Saramin. We can go for the Job Korea, we can go for the Job Planet, or we can go for many other Korean platforms like
Rocket Punch.
Rocket Punch is also really famous local job seeking platform in Korea. And if you don't speak Korean, then you can go for the People and Job. It's a Korean website, but still those positions actually they are searching for, they post in English. People and Job, LinkedIn, Glassdoor, and Soul Professional, and more. You know, there are lots of platforms where you can just apply for the jobs. But the difficult point of it, each of them they have different resume styles.
Yeah.
So from this point of view, I want to move to the topic, to the resume, the role of resume when you are finding a job. Did you have actually proper resume when you were applying first job?
As you say, every company have different kind of not requirements, like a different format
template,
of the Lisbon template. So, but actually, most of them, like for example, if they have 5 questions, 3 questions of them are almost all the same for every company.
Sure.
So there are some common ones. For example, the first one, they're gonna be I already forgot. Like the 목표 달성, like how can you achieve the goal?
Yeah.
There will be one, and the second one is like like introduce yourself is for sure there is.
This is for interview part, like in interview part.
No, it also asks on the resume.
Oh, in resume they are asking.
Yeah,
also.
like 자기소개.
This is also interesting point. Yes. What else they would ask? Like what your future plan, future expectations?
And future plan about 1, 3, 5, and 10 years for yourself in that company.
Wow.
Yes.
They might also ask like, how do you think you can improve our company? Like these kind of questions.
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually interesting points.
But it's I'm sorry. As far as I know, like it's for like bigger companies like Tekiop and like some really high like
giant companies.
Yeah, not giant, but like a little bit smaller than
Small,
giant, but
medium,
still big.
Medium enterprises.
Yeah, when you're going directly to the company. If you're searching through like Saramin or some similar websites, they don't usually give those questions. You just like write your resume your own.
Yeah, like in Korean platforms, because they have just template you have to just fill on, but you have to speak in Korean. This is the thing, like you have to understand what's written in there. Otherwise, like you should go just for the LinkedIn, Glassdoor. These platforms actually they have like English version. So, and also most of the companies, when they are accepting people from the LinkedIn, they just let them use their own the resume template if they have. So like, but normally I'm suggesting people, like if you're applying for the job with the resume, then you should have your own template. And maybe there are lots of people actually these days, especially after Corona, there are lots of people in two different industries. Like they are working in two different professional industries. They are developers and also freelance writers or freelance social media marketing person. And how they deal with it, they put all information, in their one resume, and then depending on the position they're applying for, they just post, okay, this part should be shared, that part is not related to this, so I should just take out this part. Then they make another version and save as a PDF and send it. But before it was like just you had this template and you were just sharing all information. Like especially in my case, like when I was bachelor's, I didn't have any information, honestly. Like I was just, even I went to volunteer for kimchi making. And I got this certificate, and I shared this on my certificate when I was applying. When I was applying for the developer position,
But hey, you can communicate with Koreans and all that stuff. Like you're familiar with the culture and you respect the culture. So
it was really awkward point, honestly. Like I went to the interview and they asked me, "Oh, why did you put this certificate here? Like it doesn't have anything to do." But after that point, like making mistakes is making actually our life like as a professional. And from that time, I felt, okay, like maybe I should just put only those things related to what I'm applying for. Then I changed everything. Now I took out all of them, But sometimes, like let's say, if you're applying for the position as a public officer, then you should have actually volunteer mind. And you should be doing lots of volunteer work, and then you have higher chance to get selected. And that's why even you made anything, like even you attended really small event, still sharing it would give you more points. And we got actually another question in here. Actually, suggestion. The person who's listening to us gave this recommendation to the listeners to get close to the Korean associations related to the industry. This is also actually a good idea. Like if you have a close network with the associations, like in Korean we call hakhae. Like those people, like get together, those professionals in the same field, they get together and discuss, they make thesis or they make events, programs regarding to that industry. And that's why getting close with them, it can actually help you when you are searching for the job. Okay, we talked about the platform, and we talked about what kind of questions can be asked in resume. How about interviews? Like we passed to the interview. Like we passed from first level resume period, and then we are going for the interview. What kind of questions actually did you get while interviews?
Well, of course, as I already mentioned as a presentation, first question you would be asked is to introduce yourself. So you must be prepared to do that. As I said, it might sound easy, it's not. You can even forget your own name if you just cut on the spot. So prepare that, and if you're going for position in Korean, prepare it in Korean, of course. And also they would ask you during the interview why you want to work in here, which you also must explain. Again, it sounds easy, it's not. Just to give that reason. For example, when I went for my interview, they asked why I want to work there. I said that they have really interesting projects and some specific things about those projects I cannot share. And I also said that the teponym was a woman, which made me, as a woman developer, feel more comfortable because in the IT industry there are not that many women. So when I heard that the toponym like CEO is a woman, I felt not safer, but just like better about it. So and to be able to answer that, I had to research about the company beforehand. Also, of course, for IT people, there would be some specific questions. They would ask about your graduation thesis, projects you did, and they would give you some your field-related questions. So it's already very specific. Sometimes there are several interviews for ITs, like the first one like a formal one, then like programming interview, then the programming is third usually. You take some theoretical, like to answer questions about the field and maybe solve some cases, then the programming interview, then the interview about like your soft skills, and maybe the last one with the CEO. But it's like the worst case scenario. Sometimes there are just 1 or 2 interviews. I did just 2 interviews. First was the technical interview where I was asked like to introduce myself, solve some questions, cases like AI cases, and also ask like why I want to work in there. And then the second interview was with the CEO, and it was more like human like interview. Like she asked me as well like why I want to work in there, and just like we talked about the salary on all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
How about you?
I was having a similar experience as her. At first they were like 100% sure they will ask you to introduce yourself for like 1 minute. And then what I got the most question from the interviews was about teamwork. Because as you know, like in Korea they are very focusing on uri, the culture of uri. So and also as an undergraduate, as a newcomers, you actually cannot do anything as just she said at the first. We are gonna start from the non-technical work first, and from that kind of work, you will learn one by one, step by step, and only that you can start to do something on your own. So it's very important for us, like me as an undergraduate, to have a teamwork to work in a company. So that's what they always focus and ask in the interview. And also, what I got the question was like, what will you do when you have the conflict with the manager? And it is also a kind of Korean culture, I think, because as you know, they have the level. So as a newcomers, which I know nothing, so you have to follow everything like your manager tells you, because you know nothing. So yeah, I think that is also a very important tips in Korea to work in Korea.
Now also, I have been also lots of interviews, and every time like I go with different industries, because my background and the things I'm doing now is completely different. So like I tried myself in different fields, and it's really funny because the questions almost like it doesn't really matter what industry is that. Still, like first questions they are saying, introduce yourself. Why you? What's your plan? Tell us about yourself a little bit more. What kind of related experiences you have, and then they select specific information you share, and then they ask about that. Exactly, like what kind of experience you had exactly in this position, what kind of achievements you did, and I think especially they are asking the last position you had. They focus on that a lot because basically they are thinking you learned a lot from that position. Like you are getting experience year by year, and as soon as you achieved like the last company, it means like that's your top level. And when you explain about your job, they will also ask you, why did you leave your job? That's also a really tricky question. Like, why did you leave your job? Because my salary was too low. Then it means why? Like you lost a position. Like I made that mistake, Today I'm saying that and I'm laughing, but actually I did that mistake. Like I went to the big company in Korea, and I had like 3 interviews. I passed 2 of them. The last interview they asked me, okay, tell us why you are leaving the position you have now. Oh, just because the salary is lesser than here. Like, I was really honest. I thought, like if I'm talking to the CEO, the head of the company, then I should be honest with them. And I said, okay, yeah, I'm being honest. The salary is lesser than here. The promises, the vision, the mission of the company is much lesser than here. That's why I want to move to your company. And he replied my question like this. If you are thinking, like we have higher salary, we have higher missions, higher visions, then it means later, if you get another company which is paying more than us, more vision than us, more mission than us, then you will leave our company. And I said, yes. And that was the end of conversation at that day. And of course, they didn't select me. But definitely, I was the actually ideal person for that position because they were showing it already. And I was the only person who was on the 3rd interview because they wanted to select me. They just asked a few questions.
Oh my God.
And I failed myself. And here's the question actually. We have mentioned that different platforms, and the listener mentioning LinkedIn type of platforms. They're asking lots of experience from us. To be honest, when I checked LinkedIn also, it's okay for us now because we are already experienced, right?
Yeah.
It's easy for us to find. But those fellow expats, they are just starting. If they just graduate, what they have to do? What would be better for them to get experience? If you want, actually, I can give first answer. Because I'm getting this question a lot, honestly, and I guide many people regarding to this situation. First of all, before graduation, they should prepare, they should decide actually. Am I going to be employed or am I going to start my own company? By the way, now we are talking about employment, and next session is about business. How to start a business, how to start your own company. So if you stay tuned, you'll get to another session and we'll talk about the business in Korea. And for the beginning, okay, if you decide I want to work for the company, I want to get experience, or maybe you're interested in startups, but first you want to get experience. Then, okay, you can go get a job. But before graduation, you should have some experience. Even before they were not asking, what kind of experience you have for the bachelor's. But now they ask it. They asked it, what kind of experience? I went actually last 3 job fairs. I went there and I was checking people one by one because since I'm director for Expat Support Center, I should know their difficulties. And they will keep mentioning, oh, I'm bachelor degree, I just graduated, and they're asking me experience. How can I have experience? No, you can have experience.
Internship.
Internships, exactly. You can be doing research under your professor. You can do internships, you can do part-time jobs regarding to your field. The industry, you are studying, you just go get an internship, go get part-time job, regarding industry. Many people, even in my family member, my younger brother, he's making that mistake. I was suggesting all the time. If you are studying one field and willing to get a job in same field, then don't do those other part-time jobs which is giving you a little bit more money and taking all your time. Just go for the industry you are interested in and you are willing to work in future. Maybe you will do internship and you will feel, okay, this is not matching with me. Maybe I should just change my industry. And then as soon as you are getting experience as a part-timer or intern in same field, then you will change your mind. Oh, maybe this is fitting with me, or I will never get back to this job. That will change your life. What do you guys think about this? This is actually my experience, from same field.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I would suggest, if you don't have much experience, for example, even I had a similar problem, when you're just out of university and you're searching for jobs and they ask for some experience. Well, you can, if you don't have that experience, you can actually make it for yourself. I cannot tell about all the fields But in IT, you can just do your own projects and put them on GitHub, which is like a platform. Yeah, you can, maybe if you're a designer, you can create some, I wouldn't say fake, but you know, some trials, like some projects for yourself. Just think like, oh, I want to do this. Maybe I will just create for this and then put it on my online portfolio. So you would be able to show that you actually can do something with your own hands. For me also, when I was applying, as I mentioned, I was specializing, like majoring in natural language processing, but I was applying for computer vision. And of course they would have a question like, these are two different fields, even though they are machine learning both. But what I did after graduation, I made my own project, and for AI, the best thing is to make a project on the real data. So I went to stores like Home Plus, Lotte Mart, like all these big stores, and I just took all products and with my phone I took pictures of them, like the part where they list, you know, what it's containing, like ingredients. Yeah, ingredients. Thank you. So I took like, I don't know, 900 pictures, I think. I made a really huge data set. Then I made a project with it, so the program would detect that part on the product, like the. I mean, it's not really applicable, but you can apply it to some different problems. And in the core, it's data, it's like object detection problem. Yeah. So I learned how to use computer vision libraries, I used technologies, I used new frameworks. I got a lot of experience from there, and that all I could mention in my resume and during the interview. Like when they're asking like, hey, do you have experience with these technologies? I'm like, yes, I did this project and I know how to use it. I use it with this project. If you like not doing your project, you're from some different field, maybe ask your friends who are already working in the company, and maybe I can help you, like even for free. You can just help your friends for free. Like, I don't know, I can work for you like for 1 month, but it will be already record on your resume that you had that experience, you saw maybe how the company is functioning from the inside. Maybe you can meet some people in there who can also introduce you to somewhere. So ask your older friends, maybe you can help them, not only for money. Like when you're searching for a first job, like you should forget about the money. Like you should do everything for free at first, and already then you will get a lot of money.
I think you are making too much money now. How about you? Like, what do you think? Like, what's your experience regarding to, you know, like finding jobs before graduation?
Yeah, I think I'm totally agree with what you say just now, because there are two ways: employment and business. For example, I think it's very important for every one of us to know what we want to do in the future. Like, what you want to do, what you're going to be. Are you going to open a business, or are you going to just stay in one company and work as an employee for forever or something? And you have to choose, and from industry, from positions, everything. Like, it's better to have a clear idea that what you're going to do in the future earlier as possible. For example, if I want to open a business, and I have to experience every position which related to that business. So maybe I can, maybe I want to open a workshop. Maybe I should know how to use the camera first, and then so I can go apply for the cameraman. And maybe I need to know how to make a video, so I can apply for that kind of position. And you can experience every position, and only then you can start your own thing. I mean, you can have your own like business or something. So yeah, I think it's very totally agree what you say. We have to understand and we have to know what we're gonna do in the future.
Yeah, let's say depending on your position, let's say I'm studying in the English major. then give lectures, like the volunteer lectures to the schools, or like organizations. You can actually talk to those people around, like, oh, I want to give free lecture for 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
You can
month.
make YouTube channel.
Since like actually we moved to this digital area, like now actually it's changing, like everything changing, and we are moving to online, and everything is getting actually, I think, much easier. Like even finding job, like nobody could imagine, like people now, they are asking us how to find a job in Korea, and they can online search it. Like if you think about like 20, 30 years before, people didn't actually have any chances like that. Or today, like we are sharing information live with the people, like other side of the world. And those people, they never had experience, like they didn't have chance actually, like to get this kind of information. That's why it's better if we share like some skills, to improve our skills. Like in the beginning, you can think, okay, like why I did this for free? But actually, for the beginning, even as a director, for getting until this position, you can't imagine how much time, like I did volunteer work, or those experiences. Like it can be sounding easy, like why do you have this kind of experience? Just because, like I tried lots of different fields, and I learned all of them one by one. Like even I'm passing from one industry to another industry, I never lost my connections. I every time keep connections live. And when you are studying with the people, take care of those people. Like you should be actually socially active also, I think. Like networking is really important. Like as soon as you graduate, like don't stop contacting with the people like whom you were close. I'm still close with my old friends since childhood. I keep those contacts live, because we don't know, like how it goes. And even you get maybe better position than them, but still you need those people whom you know already, like whom you know for long term, and you become a successful businessman, and you need someone, your right hand, like who can help you a lot with activities, with the job you are doing, and they can be helping a lot. And if we just focus on, like, okay, I want to get the job, and then you forget about your like those people who studied with you, those people who hang out with you, like your social life, then it will not be easy for you to jump another level. So every time you have to take care of your network for moving forward. In case of people keep asking actually about the English versions of the platforms. I think like many people they are watching from outside of Korea, and those people still, I think the information we are giving now, it's too much detailed information. I think we should get out little bit and give them information about where to start. Like before, if you didn't graduate, they can get actually experience in their countries, right, in their majors, and
Exactly.
They can give volunteer lectures or volunteer activities, online. That's also possible. YouTube is actually one of those online volunteer services, like for the beginning. And you can share the information you have, or you can share your skills with other people who really needs that. And then day by day, people will find out about you. But you should keep improving yourself. Like with the resume, I think if we summarize, resume is the number one, right? Like you have to prepare a good resume, really good resume. And if you are in Korea and if you're abroad, it's a little bit different. Like if you're abroad and you don't speak Korean, you should have English resume. But if possible, make Korean resume also. And Korean resume, when I'm talking about Korean resume, many people they are thinking, we can just Google translate the English version of our resume and then done. No. It's completely different. Like the template for the Korean resume is completely different. You have to start from zero. And if you have any Korean around you, it would be better. It would be great if you have a foreigner in Korea who got a job already. They know how to write this resume. And you can ask them, maybe you can find about them, and they can share the template they got. And then second, like after preparing good resume, then what you need? Those answers to use in the interviews. Like we already actually mentioned like what kind of questions they're gonna get, and starting from the basic questions like you're introducing yourself, your position, blah 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 blah, till like the complicated questions. And also these questions they can find on internet. If they search on detail, like they can find those questions. And I forgot also to mention, like when you're going to the interview, it would be perfect if you know whom you're gonna talk.
Yeah.
Let's say you are coming to have an interview with Yeoksam Global Village Center. Then, when you are talking with the manager, you can ask who's going to be in interview, and they will say, like that will be CEO, that will be manager, that will be blah blah blah. And then you find out, okay, like who's the most important person? Oh, director. Okay. Then you can check the director on internet. Like
exactly.
we are living in the digital industry, and then now like we can just search for the person, get the information of them, and like I'm not telling about like scamming the person, but I'm telling like get information like what kind of hobbies they have, or what kind of like the activities they like, or what kind of job, like what's the vision of the company. You can search detailed information about the company, what kind of contracts they made last 3 months, what kind of countries they are trying to expand their business. These questions should be asked from yourself, like while searching on internet. And then if you know actually these questions answers, it will be much easier for you to get this job. And they will ask you actually in interviews, probably they ask from both of you, why we should select you. How do you answer that question? Why we should select you?
At first, I did research on that position, like what kind of skills and qualification I need to get selected to that position. So I get some keywords, and during the interview, I keep mentioning again and again within that keywords, like not going too far away, and keep myself in the point. And yeah, I think
that's actually a really important point.
Not talking too far away.
Yeah, like because I had the experience also. This experience, like I applied for the job. I was the person they would get. Like I was 100% sure that they will select me. But I was still thinking, should I work for them or not? But then I went to the interview. I failed. And then, like later, because they record the interview and they send to us. They send it to us like, maybe you are not successful this time. I felt actually this company was caring about us a lot. Mm-hmm. They sent it to us and they said, okay, like maybe next time, like if you try to apply again, you should check, like you should improve yourself and try again. Thank you for your time, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I checked that video like in detail. I watched maybe more than 10 times. I felt those keywords actually I prepared at home, but I didn't mention at all because I was really nervous. And as soon as I entered inside, like I forgot those keywords, like what kind of keywords I had to use. And every industry, they have keywords, and you can find them actually in Google before going to the interview, like what industry I'm getting in, and then what kind of words I should use. And then they will feel, okay, like this person has more detailed information about this industry. And maybe that can give you more chance to get selected. Yeah, before finishing our session for finding a job in Korea, employment in Korea, anything you would mention just before we finish? Please, any of you?
Me?
Just please.
Yeah, I think rather than say you want to get a job in Korea, I think it's better for all of us to have a goal, have the thing that decided way to like what do you want to do. That is more important than rather than I want to get a job in Korea. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Elena, like if you have anything to mention before we finish.
I would repeat myself from the presentation. Like, you might be very intimidated and scared about the positions you see online. As I said, like they mentioned, you have to have a lot of experience or know this and that. But most of the times, like, no, you don't have to have that all. They just describing their perfect candidate. But maybe if you have a little bit less experience or don't know some things, it's okay. You can learn them on the job. Just try to apply. You are not losing anything if you're applying for the job. And if you get selected for the interview at school, you just go there and maybe you will really like each other and you will pass. Like, you never know. You just should try.
Yeah, thank you for your feedback. And also, just before we finish this session, I would love to mention those people who's interested in the business in Korea or startup in Korea. Keep watching our videos. We'll get back at 3:30, like in 30 minutes. We'll have another guest who's a business professional in Korea, who's doing startup also in Korea. He will give lots of tips about how to start your business in Korea, how you can be investor, or how you can start your business after graduation. Since we mentioned already employment part, stay tuned and we'll get back in 30 minutes. Thank you for your time. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you for having us.
We'll see you in 30 minutes. Bye. Hello everyone, we are back again and we are going to start another session which is called Business in Korea. Today our special guest who has been working with Yeoksam Global Village Center for long term going to give introduction about business, overall business in Korea and also how to start a startup in Korea. Then we'll have session with him, we'll discuss directions, where to start, how to start your business and more. He has lots of things to tell to you, so let me just pass microphone to him and he will start his session. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Samer Samhoon, CEO of Phoenix International with you today, and we're going to be discussing a guide for successful business in South Korea. First of all, I would like to thank Yeoksam Global Village Center and the director Nihat for actually organizing this session. We're hoping to have more of these coming also in the future. Now, when it comes to setting up business here in South Korea, we need to be clear on the type of business that we need to be setting, and also we need to also be clear on what kind of visa we have or we need to have to be able to set up such a business. Now, when it comes to setting up the business, we're going to discuss mainly about trade business, export-import business, and we will also be talking about mainly startups, whether it's an IT startup, whether it's an e-commerce startup, whether it's AI, blockchain, etc. So each type of these businesses has its own properties and characteristics and a way to approach it. Now, when it comes to the visas, we won't be actually discussing deeply on how to get a visa because that's a pure immigration issue right here. But what we can mention here in the beginning is that South Korea has started to, and South Korea has been organizing for a long time. Basically visas for trade, separate from visas for normal startups or IT startups. Now, what is the benefit of these visas hosted by Oasis program? These visas basically allow you to open a trade company here in South Korea without actually having to invest money in South Korea or transferring $100,000 from a foreign bank account to a Korean bank account. And based on that as well, you would have to take courses, and these courses would account for points. And at the end, when we go to apply for a visa for trade, we will calculate points, and if we're eligible with all the characteristics that we have to fulfill or the requirements that we need to have, we will be able to open a trade company and operate legally in South Korea. When it comes to IT startups, also Oasis offer a variety of programs where we can actually go to incubate from ideas to the actual establishment of the startup. And also it's a point-based system and it has a lot of perks to it. Innovative Korea, which I am a co-founder at as well, helps incubating and running those programs along with Oasis. And next year, hopefully, we'll be announcing a couple of these programs. Now, a lot of you right now might be wondering, what if I just want to open a normal business? What if I am not into trade or I am not in IT company? What if I'm just going to open a restaurant? What if I'm trying to sell whatever I'm manufacturing or making here in South Korea? That's also possible. And in order to understand basically how to operate these businesses, we need to start with an overview here about South Korea. Now, for those of you who haven't been in Korea for a long time, we'll start by introducing the country in general. Now, South Korea has a population of 51 million, and the issue of the population here is very important, because if we understand the demographics of South Korea, we'll be understanding how to exactly target and who to exactly target in this market, because each city, each region, each age group, each gender, each let's say type of job people has a requirement also for us as entrepreneurs to target. So we'll be targeting people in their 30s who work in firms differently that we target people in their 20s that actually are students or they are entrepreneurs themselves. The capital is Seoul. We have major cities as well, like Gwangju, Busan, Ulsan, Daegu, Daejeon, Incheon, and each of them has its own characteristics and demands. One of the biggest problems, or actually not problems, key points that we got through data for the past 3-4 years is that people assume, entrepreneurs, foreign entrepreneurs, a lot of time assume that whatever service we have here present in Seoul, the capital city, is also present in Busan or Gwangju or Daegu or Ulsan, which is not true. So if you actually take time to travel around South Korea or go for benchmarking in these cities, you will find that a lot of services that are provided here in Seoul metropolitan city are not available in Gwangju, Daegu, Busan, or Ulsan, which actually broaden the, let's say, the segment of services we can actually offer for our customers in these cities. So let's keep that in mind. Neighboring countries, slightly China, Japan, North Korea, which create a special let's say, positioning for South Korea in manufacturing and exporting as well. Politics, we'll just skip on that. It's multi-party democracy, and democracy is important in general to ensure a fair trade and a fair economical dealing. The currency is the South Korean won. Basically in dollar today, on today's rate, we're talking 1,180 Korean won plus minus equals $1 US. Business languages used in South Korea are Korean and English. There's a debate on that. A lot of companies use that and are fluent in that, and they can help you with that. A lot of companies do not offer the service also in English. Nonetheless, language, if you do actually, if you are willing to operate a business in South Korea, it's better if you learn the language and be fluent to a certain extent to be able to communicate with your counterparties, to be able to communicate with your accountants, even if they speak English. A successful business starts by you understanding the local laws. In order to understand the local law, you need to understand the language. Because in a lot of time, you might go and actually hand over. And from personal experience, when I go and hand over all my company's accounts to an accountant, I need to understand first, what is the tax law like? What am I allowed to do? What am I not allowed to do? Because if we have a lack of understanding of these regulations right here, then we would just have to follow what our accountant is telling us. And in a lot of cases, that's a good thing. But in numerous cases, that might not be actually fitting the operation of business that you're doing. So I recommend you to understand the regulations in the local language first to be able to direct your business or drive your business in the direction that's more feasible for you, tax-wise, cash flow-wise, and establishment-wise. Now, when it comes to the overview of the population in South Korea, one of the longest life expectancies in the world is South Korean life expectancies. Unfortunately, or fortunately for business owners as well, we have a rapidly aging society right here with a median age of 42.6. That's based on, I would say, 2018 statistics. Low fertility rate 0.96 at the moment. So we are all aware of the problem right now that the population is starting to decrease, and we have a low birth rate in South Korea, which means that the country is heading more or less towards a more elderly society, and preparing a business accordingly would be a winning point in the next 10 to 15 years if we are looking at long-term business. Now, what does that also means when it comes to low fertility rate? It means now we are heading to serve a segment between 30s and 40s that is not basically having babies. So if we're not having babies, we have extra cash on hand. It's simple math. So we're consuming more. It means we are willing to pay for experiences. We are willing to pay for new services. And services in South Korea are abundant and available. So if you find yourself a position to be able to serve and understand why there's a fertility rate and why do we actually here have, let's say, a segment that's willing to spend money and a segment that's actually willing to consume a lot, we'll be able to position ourselves. Now, this is not a very simple explanation on the low fertility rate. We're not going into explaining why there's a fertility rate and what are the consequences of that. We're just relating that to business simply. Now, 80% of the population is living in urban areas and nearly 50% in the capital region. So almost half of the population is living in Seoul metropolitan area. We don't know how that is going to change. We don't know what the real estate price is going towards, so people would actually have to, might be having to leave the metropolitan area into the suburbs, which also presents a different segment also to serve with our business, whether it's a restaurant, whether it's trade, whether it's the distribution of factories and firms and the way they're dealing with you and how to access them in the near future. And the most important thing is the single person households. The single person households is increasing significantly here in South Korea, which is covering almost now 30% of the households. Now, when we understand why there is a single person household, how single person households are operating and what they can offer us business-wise, we can also be able to offer them a lot of services and understand their needs and the bigger scale. Now, if we look at the chart that we have here, we have life expectancy for males of 79.3 years and for females 85.4. So if we actually sit down and imagine if we are now on a low fertility rate, we have at least with this life expectancy right here 20 to 30 years to serve people who have worked, have a certain buying power and are willing to spend money on their comfort, their let's say experiences or their needs. So that's actually very important right here. Most of the market is heading these days, especially when it comes to marketing. You see a lot of items that are appealing to people in their 20s and 30s, which is totally fine. However, we also need to keep in mind that the new marketing techniques also for our businesses and how we're presenting our business to our people or our customers does not always apply to people in their 50s, 60s, and 70s as well. Because any new trend in general, any new trend will actually come with a defensive, let's say, reaction from people who are not used to what TikTok is or Instagram is or AI is or blockchain is or XYZ. So we always need to find a way to reach them through correct channels to be able to serve them better. Now, let's go back to the single person households, which we will be discussing in details a little bit later. When it comes to the single person households, it's coming from this perspective where people are actually preferring to live alone. We don't know much about marriage anymore. Like we got into the culture of living. Like you see couples living together or living in smaller housing. Even if we look at the real estate, the apartments right now, we cannot find the old-fashioned 64 pyongs apartment or 36, 37, 38 pyong apartment. Most of the apartments now are coming of smaller size because the family size itself is getting smaller and smaller with time. Now, when you talk of a single house, single person household, one person living by themselves, you talk about how much investment are they going to make into that house or the services for that household. We're talking, if I walk today in an office style to live by myself, am I buying a washing machine or not? Am I buying a big fridge or not? Am I buying a big AC or not? Therefore, they rent them for a short period of time. Therefore, you have services like Laundry Go or XYZ where you don't have to actually wash your clothes because you're working the whole day. And you don't actually have to go to the dry cleaner to put your clothes, your suits, your shirts, XYZ. You have services like Laundry and tons of services. Top of my mind, Laundry Go, where you just put it in front of the door. In 24 hours, you have everything cleaned, pressed, bagged, sanitized and sent to your house. Now you see, this is the type of service that fits a single person household. Another service that also fits a single person household is, for example, the car sharing right now. So people prefer to spend their money on experiences, not liabilities in a lot of times. So a lot of people wouldn't buy a car. They would just get out of the building, walk to the nearest zone for green car or so car, rent a car, drive it for an hour or two, and then bring it back. There have been a service that I've seen and I heard of on the news, I think it was on the Korean news, where there's this company that's sending what they call a sanitary package, or let's say a grooming package every morning to men or women that includes a shaving blade, a shaving cream, all one-time use. You know, whatever you need in the morning to get ready to leave your home. And if you have a monthly subscription with them, then you will get that every morning at 6 a.m. or something like this at your doorstep. So you wouldn't actually have to go and invest into all this material that you have, or equipment or commodities that you have to keep at home. So the necessity of understanding what single person households want actually might lead your business towards a different direction, so you can actually cater better. Now, you might tell me this only applies to Koreans and not to foreigners. I beg you not to differ between foreigners and Koreans when it comes to business, because you will be serving locals as well, as much as you will be serving foreigners. So coming from a background where I lived as a foreigner here in South Korea for 15 years, I cannot say I fully understand the needs of foreigners because they are different. But still, on the other hand, we had to understand also what the Korean consumer wants, because you cannot only go to cater for 1.5 million foreigner in South Korea plus minus and ignore a 51 million segment in your market as well when you scale up. So understanding the needs of the foreigners is also important, but also understanding what the Korean consumer want might be actually a deal changer in setting up your business. Now, let's move up to the basic idea about the business in South Korea. Most of the companies that, let's say, control the businesses here in South Korea, sorry about that okay, that went fast. We have the chaebol. The chaebol, for those of you who don't know, the chaebols are the family-owned conglomerates that actually grew starting from the 50s and actually took control after the IMF here in South Korea. Naming a few, not all of them, amazing companies: Samsung, Hyundai, LG, SK, Lotte, Daewoo, POSCO, Hanwha, etc., etc. We can add Kakao right now. They're not much of chaebol, they're just big startups, but still they are controlling the market right here. Samsung Group alone accounts for almost 20% of the Korean GDP, and 5 of these companies that we mentioned account for 50% of the Korean stock index. Now, these groups, these conglomerates control most of the business. You start from telecom, banking, insurance, finance, car business, electronics. They have everything in every single detail of your life, even F&B industries, food and beverage industries. They are somehow related to the biggest companies right here. So when we have these companies controlling the market, a lot of people tell you, okay, you will never succeed in business in South Korea because those companies are controlling everything. That is 100% not correct. With the direction of business in South Korea moving towards startups, now a lot of these conglomerates have their own incubation programs for startups, and they are looking to expand. So even these companies are helping you today to be able to grow your business in South Korea. Now, we need to get the idea out of our head that they control everything, we cannot succeed in business. I highly disagree with that, because how the trend is working these days is these companies offer something. They have the capital. They have enough money to set up something amazing for the consumers. But consumers these days, because we have SNS, which is an old thing right now, it's not a new thing. People are looking for something that is not mass-produced. People are looking for restaurants that are original. People are looking for services that are personalized for them. So mass industry or mass production doesn't really necessarily have to answer to everyone these days. Personalizing or customizing your service or your product is actually more feasible for the consumer, and it accounts for more, let's say, rate from the segment that you set for yourself. That being said, a lot of people, the conglomerates cannot actually go for much customized services. They have to mass produce. You cannot have a factory that's making 10 bottles, each of them looking different, just to satisfy the consumer. They want to satisfy the masses. Those people account for masses. They don't account much for originality. And I hope no one will misunderstand what we're explaining here, that they're bad or they're good. No. Everyone has a place in the market. Now, we're talking about us to start businesses. We might actually want to start with customizing our service to a certain niche or a certain group of people. And this certain group of people will be buying our product and will scale up from there. Now, let's move on to the next fact about South Korea, the rapid growth of mobile purchasing. Now, this is a little bit new and old at the same time. Everyone in South Korea owns a smart device, whether it's a cell phone, whether it's an iPad, or a Samsung Tab, or LG, whatever the brand is. We're not advertising right here. And we do have 5G in South Korea. Even if you're still on the 4G or the LTE, internet is extremely uncomfortably fast in South Korea, to the point where whenever I leave South Korea to go somewhere else, I'm like, okay, this is not feasible for me anymore to actually wait for a video to buffer or wait for a page to load. So everyone has access to the internet, everyone is connected, everyone has access to an abundance of services, and over 60% of the internet purchase is done via mobile device. What does that also tell us? When most of the services, more than half, which is 60%, is done via mobile device, it means everyone is buying and consuming on the go. No one is sitting down, opening their laptop. I mean, 40% are, but not a lot of people are sitting down, opening their laptop, waiting until they get home, finish their work, take care of the housework, clean the house, eat food, take a shower, and then open and shop. No. Everyone is shopping when they are moving, when they are walking on the street, when they are in the subway, when they are in the bus, when they're driving, hopefully not. When they're even in a meeting. Like, how many times have you actually made a purchase in the middle of a class before COVID started? So there is an easy way to consume in South Korea. Credit cards are connected. Kakao Pay is connected. Any type of payment is acceptable as long as you buy. It's so easy for us to buy something in South Korea. It's so easy. They made it so easy for us to buy something. Anything at any time. Look at coupon, for example. Sometimes they even go minus on you pressing on something, getting delivered from Europe or from the States or XYZ to you within 5 or 6 days, and you have your product at home. And it's a known fact that sometimes Coupang is going minus on their balance sheet at the end of the year because they're doing that, but they took over the market, and that's actually a fine step they took. Long story short, it's becoming very easy for everyone who's living in South Korea to actually consume, and consume big time, and consume based on their preferences, and pay in the way they prefer. Now, the first question that I assume I'm going to get right now is like, oh, not all foreigners can actually go make an account and use Korean credit cards to be able to actually purchase something. That is kind of correct, but it's changing. If you log into a lot of websites right now, including Kakao Talk, and as long as you have the right status of stay here in South Korea, your bank is offering you a lot of privileges, and a lot of companies that actually I'm impressed by their service. For example, like Shuttle, they made it. When everyone was thinking that Shuttle will not make it, Shuttle were killing it, and they're still growing in the market right now. And they catered their service for foreigners to begin with, and now they're catering for locals as well. And they could, you can just go on their application and pay for something without having to go through all this complicated verification thing. So no, it is true that even the payment system includes foreigners these days, and you can use the ease of these kind of payments to be able to cater for everyone else. Now, single person households, I believe we discussed that matter, so we will skip it. Disappearing of personal interaction, it's a known fact that also with the corona pandemic going on starting early 2020, a lot of services are now provided or being catered in a without personal interaction. So you go to order, you're using devices, you're using screens, you're getting stuff delivered, you're getting your coffee delivered. Even you walk into a shop, you don't have to interact with a human anymore in most cases. You walk into McDonald's, it's the same, Burger King is the same, restaurants, cafes, shopping malls. Even at eMart or Home Plus, you go even at Daiso, you go, you pay for your, items by yourself without a human interaction, which means that everything is automatic right now. So people are expecting in a lot of times also not to have interaction. And if you lived in Seoul City for a long time, you know that not everyone is in the mood to have human interaction most of the time. Everyone was working, everyone's getting stressed at work. You're angry most of the time, basically, if you're living in Seoul, from the noise, from the traffic jam, from the stress of life. And a lot of people actually do prefer by data, do prefer to walk into somewhere and buy something and actually not interact with anyone because they've had enough at the end of the day, which actually makes your purchase even easier. So everything is in front of you, just press few buttons and it's going there. And it's important to understand this feature right here because when it comes for shopping or offering services, you don't have to worry about how much human interaction I have to put in my business, how much do I have to pay for people to be present there, because people are not expecting that type of customer service from you on spot. However, people do expect an AS or a post sales customer service to be done in a perfect manner. Otherwise, your business might disappear in few posts online. Now, the demand for work-life balance. Now, it's been a long time in Korea where I remember when I got here almost 15 years ago where we worked in certain firms and that was it. We would leave home at 6 a.m., come back at like 11, 12, 1. So now that things are easing in, and a lot of you might disagree now and be like, no, it's not working like this in South Korea. No, it is working like this in South Korea. And for those of you who have been living here for a long time, you know that it got way better than before. You know that work-life balance is an issue these days, and companies and most departments are actually encouraging employees to take time for themselves. They're even helping them, allocating a budget for them to go have hobbies, to go travel, to go read books, whatever you want to do for a hobby that will actually make you more comfortable to come and work the next day. Now, when there's a demand for work-life balance right here, it means there's a demand for me as an employee to go and spend my money somewhere. When we say work-life balance, you finish your work, you gotta go out, you're going to consume, you're going to buy a cup of coffee. You're going to go for that Pilates class, you're going to go for that climbing lesson, you're going to actually commute to go somewhere, maybe sit at home, read a book, order yourself, I don't know, a bottle of wine and drink it at home. So when we're talking work-life balance, we're talking consuming. Now, when a society starts asking for work-life balance, it means there's a certain lifestyle in the middle. And when there is lifestyle, there is willingness to pay. When there is lifestyle that needs to be established or achieved, it means we also have a buying power or a purchase power right here. So if you want to serve someone, if you want to actually serve someone a certain service, try to serve them something that fulfill the trend of work-life balance. It's a trend. Now, does it actually happen? Does it not happen? It's none of our business. My business is to know that there's a trend going on in the market today called work-life balance. How can I contribute to this trend? I cannot stop people. I cannot tell them it's going to happen or not going to happen. As an entrepreneur, I have to see the trend and I have to contribute towards that trend or go with it. It's not for me, because I know a lot of entrepreneurs sitting down in closed sessions, in lounges, in cafes, sitting down saying, well, yeah, they think there's a work-life balance in here, but there is none. That's none of your business. Cater for that. Approaching the same idea from a different perspective will actually help you to cater for the trend that's going on in the market. I don't care if there's work-life balance or not, honestly. I care as an entrepreneur to make money, to raise my sales. How can I contribute to everyone's work-life balance? I will suggest a service for them. I'll suggest a tour for them. I'll suggest an item for them. I'll suggest XYZ for them that will help them achieve what they think is work-life balance. For some people, work-life balance is working 3 hours a day and sleeping 20 hours. I don't know. For some people, work-life balance is working 4 days a week. So there isn't a certain standard for work-life balance, and that works on every single trend that once in a while goes strong, because most of the consumers are driven by trend here in South Korea. Okay, there's a trend going on, it's called work-life balance, go cater for it. Offer someone something. I don't know what kind of service you might be thinking of. Whether it's F&B, whether it's service, whether it's application, whether it's product, help them to achieve that trend because they are ready. Whether they're foreigners or Koreans, they are ready and they have money to spend for that, for the sake of that work-life balance. I wish I had more time to actually go into details on those. Hopefully by next year, we will be having more sessions to actually discuss how to answer for these kind of trends. Now, characteristics of the consumers in South Korea, and I am not talking only about locals. And this is, I will mention that once every 6 to 7 minutes so we wouldn't be misunderstood. There's an obsession with beauty and how things look visually, which is something nice, which is something not to be taken lightly. The first impression and how Instagrammable is something is very important these days, and not only in South Korea. That's not limited to South Korea. If there's something Instagrammable these days, it sells. If you are offering them a piece of plastic in an Instagrammable session or an Instagrammable environment, they're buying the piece of plastic. Again, not only South Korea. The trend of consuming all over the world is becoming like that. If you can appeal it, if you can show it, you're buying it. Okay? Now, what do we mean by beauty and how things look visually in South Korea? Not to be misunderstood. Yes, when your country has offered you a certain lifestyle, yes, when you have a certain GDP, then yes, you would start actually caring how things look. It's just normal. You have cash, I want to look good. Whether it's my clothes, whether it's my skin, whether it's my hair, whether it's my phone, whether it's my car. To give you a detailed example on how aesthetics are important. So basically you go buy a phone, a smartphone. You pay almost $1,000 for that phone. So if you invested $1,000 in that phone, you might actually, in today's concept, you might actually go and invest another $10 in a nice cover for your phone. And we all know that phone covers can account for $50 these days. If you go into, for example, the new Hyundai department store, on the basement level, there's this place that customize phone covers for phone, and it can account for $100-120 or 100,000 Korean won for a phone cover. What does that mean? That means when you are investing, when you have already the willingness or the power to buy something expensive, you are being generous on making it even look better because you have to keep it. You invested $1,000, you have to protect it. It's the same thing. You buy a car, you go wash your car because your car has to be clean. You invested $50,000 in a car, might as well have it clean. It's like you clean yourself every day, you clean your car, and I've noticed that kind of trend going on. So right now, if you drive a car, if you own a car, if you have a friend that owns a car, you can go into Hyundai and Kia navigations, and you would see after the last update 4 months ago, they added a tab called Premium Car Wash. What is Premium Car Wash? Do they have premium water? No. It's the same water, use it in any car wash. It's just now, washing your car has, especially during COVID era, or the period of COVID, washing your car became something like an activity you do. It's like a social club. You walk into those fancy car washes, you pay money, you start washing your car on your own, you talk to people around you, you see people driving the same series of cars going to wash them as well, using extremely expensive product to shampoo the car, and it's soap. And you're washing metal. Now, of course, car enthusiasts right now will be like, no, there's a difference. We know there's a difference. But overall, taking care of the aesthetics of things I mean, how many times do you actually see people, out of 10, I would say 9 out of 10 people would go to wash the car in premium car wash, and 1 out of 10 would go to a premium tuning shop to open the trunk and actually tune their engines. So people are more interested on what's going on the outside of the car because that shows I invested money. That puts me in a certain social status as well. So this is a trend we need to answer for. If you offer any consumer a product that will make them look better, that would make what they own look better, that would make something Instagrammable for them and only them, not for everyone else, they're buying it. How do you put your service? How do you present it to the consumer? Are you giving the consumer something Instagrammable? Something that works on the aesthetics? Because the eye catches fast. And we all know, you walk into somewhere, you walk in a meeting, people are like, what are you driving? And this is not an old concept that's overdue. No, people still look at that. You have the eyes of people going on the plate number, you have them going on the car to see, did you buy this car, did you rent this car, did you lease this car? And I'm the type of entrepreneur that actually think that I can walk with my gym clothes to a meeting as long as I'm having something solid on the table. Unfortunately, we also do have to understand that in a startup or entrepreneurship environment like South Korea, sometimes it's accepted, sometimes it's not. And this is why even locals go on the fact that let's make everything look better. Let's pay, let's invest on how things look. Let's invest on the car, let's invest on the shoe, let's invest on the makeup, on the skin. I come from a place where I've been out of there for like 15 years. I don't know how things work there anymore, but I don't remember any of my sisters or friends going for, a casual day in the skin clinic, spa, just to take care of their skin, Maybe because we come from a middle-class family, I'm not sure how rich people used to do it, but you can see that here in South Korea, aesthetics are actually really important. And you can tell from the way people invest into what they're wearing and the way they follow the trend on aesthetics as well. So let's move to idle marketing, word of mouth. I think that's a very well understood concept right there, with SNS going on and with people recommending. And I'm the type of consumer that actually goes by word of mouth as well. So let's say Nihat went to a certain place and he was like, okay, Samer, you need to try this place, it's really nice. I will just go there and try it. So things are socially marketed here, whether it's on a device, whether it's word of mouth, and celebrities obviously do their job here in South Korea. Service expectation. Now, we talked earlier about the intact business going right now, that you don't actually need to have social interaction with people. Nonetheless, people expect you to be on spot with your after service. And I repeat that to most entrepreneurs trying to do e-commerce here in South Korea to serve people in South Korea. It's amazing how well AS is set up. Now, do they answer you? Do they not answer you? Do they solve your problem or not? But you call, there's a number to call at 24/7, and within hour, 2, 3, or a day, your problem is solved. And people expect that. I expect if I buy the perfect service that you are offering me that I cannot live without, I expect if I had a problem with it to pick up the phone or even these days via Messenger and text you, and I expect you to solve my problem. If you couldn't, or if you are not able to follow up with your after sales, that will be a big minus for you in South Korea. Long story short, because people are used to be treated in an A+ way when it comes to them being consumers, when it comes to them spending their money, when it comes to them investing their money into a product. They are expecting to actually be treated accordingly, and they are expected that your answer to their problems or inquiries would be ASAP. Korean consumers are highly informed and tech savvy. Yes, we all understand that as well. People actually do a lot of research before buying anything or any service. They would go on Naver, they would go on cafes, influencers, professionals, ask questions about any product or any service or any step before taking it, because they like to be informed, because they have the information between their hands before anything else. So keep in mind that you cannot actually present a service to Koreans without or expecting that, or even foreigners who live in South Korea. Information is abundant everywhere. So you cannot actually go like, oh, let's offer them this service. They will not know. No, they know. Now, features of the market. That's slider that when we were talking about. The market is actually straightforward. It's based on a fast-paced called the Pali culture, which is the moving fast culture. Prompt responses and follow-ups are expected for you in your business. Details are important, trust is the key, and the consumers are price sensitive. I would like to give one comment here on the follow-ups. I've seen a lot of entrepreneurs that we worked with for a couple of years right now going for a meeting, whether it's with us in Innovative Korea or with the Korean firms, finish the meeting, go back, have a cup of coffee and say, okay, I'll follow up tomorrow. This is a deal breaker. You finish your meeting, and this is why a lot of times you see people sitting in cafes during working hours, leaving a meeting, walking into a cafe, in the car, anywhere, or within an hour or two, and writing an email to the counterparty that you actually met and telling them that it was great to meet them today. The meeting was amazing. We will look into these points, blah, blah, blah. We will be in contact with you soon. If you are late with that follow-up, if they didn't do it first, if you are late with your follow-up, that shows that indirectly the meeting wasn't that fruitful, or you have zero to low interest in the kind of offer, service, or meeting, let's say, that you had with them. So we highly recommend people on fast follow-ups as soon as you finish your meeting or your encounter with new parties to keep that, let's say, connection going between you and them. We'll move to business manners. Business manners are actually very basic in South Korea. Nothing is too complicated about them. Bowing slightly shows a lot of courtesy and a lot of respect. Now you might be like, I don't want to bow and this and that. It's like, we understand that. It's a cultural thing. Whether you accept it, whether you don't, you respect it. And on the other hand as well, your counterparty is also says to be respecting your culture too. Addressing people with proper professional titles when possible, if you know the title. Also, handshakes. Right now, we will skip handshakes because during COVID period, we're actually skipping the whole handshake thing. And giving and receiving with two hands is basic manner in South Korea. So when you take your name card, you're expecting to hand it with two hands. And you are also expected, when you receive one, to take a look at it, put it on the table, not in your pocket right away. And you are definitely not expected to take your name card and hand it with two fingers and throw it. Or throw it like this, which actually no one does, but we still emphasize that a little bit. Business cards, we just talked about that. You always need to have a business card. I mean, these days we scan business cards, sometimes we send business cards via messengers, but it's still the old school type that actually matters, that you're walking around with your business card. You always take your business card, give it with two hands. When you receive it, you also receive it with two hands. Scan the business card like in a second. Like, take a look at it, like acknowledge the person, repeat the name or say the name out loud if you want, because in a lot of cases the name might be difficult to understand, so you might want to be corrected if you pronounce someone's name in a wrong way in the beginning of the meeting and not be corrected about pronouncing someone's name in the middle of the meeting when you're talking about crucial business issues. That will actually break the credibility a little bit. And if you're sitting down, just keep the name card next to you on the table, just in case in the middle of the meeting you forgot who that person's name is, or what that person's name is, or you actually forgot what the firm name is. You know, so always keep it. If you met more than one person, make sure to put these cards here from top to bottom. Who's like the CEO, director, CFO, manager, junior manager, senior manager. Put them in order next to you on the table, because you might have to address more than one person during your meeting. So it's actually important to keep these name cards face up. And when you leave the meeting, do not forget these on. I've seen that. I've seen actually people leaving the meeting and forgetting my name card on the table or someone else's name card on the table, which actually automatically erases the whole meeting that you just had. So you had a meeting with me and you left my name card on the table. How are you going to contact me after that? And you see, it's really not professional. Business attire. Now, today when it comes to fashion, we're not giving fashion classes, unfortunately, but it's always good to be overdressed than being underdressed. That's a general rule in business, not only in South Korea, everywhere else in the world. Be always conservative in what you wear, with all due respect to all fashion and business styles. If you know who you're meeting and you know what kind of setting you have and you're 100% sure that it's going to be business casual, just go business casual. If you don't know what's happening, just go formal on the safe side. Necktie optional, but always try to be as formal as possible. For ladies as well, be as formal as possible with what actually applies to the social acceptance of what can be worn in a business meeting, because it's not up to anyone to tell you how or what to dress, but with whatever you think is possible to wear, whether you're a lady or a gentleman, to keep people's focus not on your look, but their focus on the meeting topic itself. Also make sure that I don't see a lot of colors in business attire meetings in South Korea. Although I'm a big fan of colors when it comes to clothing, but when it comes to a business meeting, I just go on the safe side with a little bit darker colors, just to avoid any comment or awkwardness in any meeting of any kind. And as it's a known fact, whether you know your audience or not, if you know your audience, just go dressed accordingly. If you don't know your audience, on the safe side, go full on formal. Business gifts. Business gifts are not actually very common, but they are considered as good manners. Know who are giving a gift to, because if you're dealing with a government officer, basically there's a certain limit of $20 or less for a gift. Otherwise, they will not accept it because it is considered as bribe in South Korea. Even if you are going to a private firm and you're offering them a gift, or you're trying to do business with another startup like yourself, make sure to give them a gift that actually is acceptable in value, because they would have to give you a gift also one day. So if you walk in someone and you're having, for example, a $10,000 item of a gift, that might be a burden on them, because they might not be able to actually give you a gift with that amount. Always keep it a gift that can stay on their desk maybe, or stay close to them, so they can remember you, your firm, your company, your startup every time they look at it. And make sure it's not very consumable, because you actually want to keep reminding them that I was here one day, I gave you something one day. That's the point of the gift, unless it's a seasonal for Chuseok, holiday, Christmas. We have special gifts for these seasons. And at the end of the day, once you receive your name cards, it's better to give at the end of the meeting to the person of the highest rank. A lot of people walk in the meeting and give the gift first. That might be a little bit confusing, because when you walk into a meeting and there are like more than one person, because usually meetings happen most of the time of meetings of two people or two-person meeting. If you're working with a firm, because the senior and the junior come together. The senior is to follow up with you, the junior is to take notes and go through the details and follow up on the micro follow up with you. So once you go to a meeting, sit down, talk to them at the end of the meeting or during the break time, give the gift to the highest ranked person. That is considered better, because it will be a little bit awkward if you're trying to give the gift to someone and they are like a junior and be like, no, give it to that person. You don't want to be put in that kind of position at any point. Business meetings, it's international, never be late on a meeting. I prefer myself to arrive 30 to 40 minutes in advance, especially in Seoul City, because not every time you find a parking spot, not every time you actually find the right building. Sometimes you have to go through a procedure of a security check, give your ID, and they would have to give you back a certain entrance card. So make sure you arrive there on time, especially if you're using public transportation. When you use public transportation, you actually, especially if it's summer, you actually might want to arrive 10 minutes to 15 minutes in advance to take some rest, cool down a little bit, because we might get sweaty, we might get, if it was raining, we might want to dry up a little bit before we go into the meeting. And also, always have facts and figures prepared with you, especially when it comes to startups and pitching new businesses. You can't actually walk to someone, like take a meeting with anyone and just sit down and be like, well, I'm thinking of doing this because I heard this, and that. Give me facts and figures. Whether I'm an investor, whether I'm an incubator, whether I'm a mentor, whether I'm a consultant, bring facts and figures with you to a meeting, which actually shows that you are actually more involved in what you're trying to do. Well, actually, that's the end of the presentation right here. That was an overall, let's say, summary of things that can be discussed about business in South Korea. There's a lot more to discuss in the future, hopefully, if Yeoksam Global Village Center allows the time for that. I would like to thank you for listening to this brief session, and we'll see you soon for a Q&A session with Nihat.
welcome back everyone. It has been a really long session thanks to Samer Samhoon, like who was giving really great lecture today about from A to Z what to do while doing business in Korea. And I would love to mention actually what activities he's getting involved in. Like he's CEO of the Phoenix International and also co-founder of Innovative Korea. He is a specialist giving lectures in Oasis courses, which is actually main way to come to Korea and do your startup. And also he's consulting people regarding to invest Korea. And this person actually, I would say, you know, the key person. Today I invited those professionals in their fields, and this person is the key person if you are willing to do a business in Korea. I can talk actually about him a lot, but I would love to mention people's questions and would get some answers about them. So first thing, those classes you are providing in Oasis course. What's actually Oasis? Because we are keep mentioning what Oasis, but we know what's Oasis. But I would love to hear from you. Like, what's the Oasis?
So Oasis program basically is a program that is sponsored by the Ministry of Justice and is not actually sponsored by the Immigration Office, unlike what a lot of people think. The Ministry of Justice made something called the Oasis Visa. And the Oasis Visa, Nihat, as you know, is basically helping foreigners to settle down in Korea based on their profession right now. Because if we go back in time a couple of years, we had the F2 visa where it allowed us to do all types of businesses right here in South Korea. Now things are being more organized. Now things are being, let's say, we're walking to the point-based immigration at this point. And if you want to do trade, there's a program for you. If you want to do, for example, startups, there's a system for you. So Oasis basically walks you from Oasis 1 to Oasis 5 into a series of classes where they teach you about what we briefly talked about earlier, from marketing to patent to tax, business ideas, how to actually import, how to export, how to handle your tax, and then you will get points based on that. Now, if you satisfy the other criteria that are set up by the Ministry of Justice, from Korean language to period of stay, age, education, and several other criteria, then you are eligible to apply for an Oasis visa, whether it's a D91 or etc. Again, we're not here to discuss visas in general.
Those people like outside of Korea, can they actually listen to these Oasis classes?
Unfortunately, no, they cannot. If you are out of Korea, you cannot be participating in these classes because a part of the requirements to get a visa issued based on the point-based immigration, that you have to be in Korea under a legal status. Now, it doesn't matter which status you are on in Korea, as long as you are a resident of the Republic of South Korea and you have a clear visa status, you can participate in Oasis classes. And there's a lot of demand. Like Oasis classes are booked on the announcement of the class every time they open them. So there wouldn't be actually a place for, there's a priority for people who are actually living in South Korea.
Thank you for your detailed answer. And I would love to move another question. The schedules of Oasis classes or the Trade Academy. Like Oasis classes, now Trade Academy is kind of inside Oasis
Part
classes.
of Oasis, yes.
And did you get any schedule for the upcoming sessions?
For 2022, actually the schedules will be announced by the second or third week of January, if I'm not mistaken. And then they will be announced also on the web pages, Innovative Korea, etc. But they're not yet decided for next year.
I see. From actually first session, since we had in the morning visa session with Mr. Jung, who's a professional in the visa industry, he mentioned that if you want to open the branch of your company, like if you have a corporate company, which is called in Korean Bobin, in overseas, then if you're willing to open branch company in Korea, you can do it. But it didn't really seem actually simple. It is
not. It is not simple. It's not complicated, yet it's not just like opening a local company here in South Korea. Because in order to, we tried to open a branch before here in South Korea for one of our partners, and the amount of paperwork that's needed is not that easy. You need to get POAs from the shareholders, you need to get documents about the HQ of the company in the country of origin, and you need to go to the right attorney so they can work on these papers, and your tax also would be a little bit different than a local company. Nonetheless, South Korea right now, as far as I know, they're offering a lot of incentives for foreign companies that actually want to branch in South Korea, leaving that to the professionals, because it's a case by case. There's no general rule for these Nihat.
But
it's
it's
a case by
only
case.
specific industries.
Specific
like
industries
fintech.
can get exactly. Specific industries can actually get, let's say, support from the government,
Yeah.
and other industries is just they're on their own when it comes to that.
I see. I would love to get actually more information about you, like your case, because today everyone, they were mentioning about their own case, but how about in your case? Why did you start actually? Like you are a successful businessman, and to be honest, in Korea, it's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy actually to enter business industry, like because many people, they are making decision. Okay, maybe I should start in one company and just work in there, learn, and then start my own company. But as I know, you directly start, like as soon as you graduate from the, you are also a graduate of university in Korea,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And then as soon as you graduate, you started your own company.
Yeah.
Like how this process went, and how was it like from the beginning? Because I wouldn't think like it would be easy.
No,
because-
it was definitely not easy. This is why I look like this today. You know, it was trial and error. I mean, there are two ways to do it, and people are free to choose the way they want. Some people start for a couple of years, they work in a firm to learn the basics of interaction and how the dynamics of a workplace are, and then go out and then they start doing their thing, their startup, their hustle, whatever you want to call it. When it comes to me, I did that briefly when I was still a bachelor degree student. I worked for a Korean firm for almost a year before graduating, and it was that point where I realized that, yeah, I don't think I just want to do that for the rest of my life. It didn't answer to a lot of my personality traits or what I was looking for myself to have in the future. So I've finished my bachelor. I started my master's. While doing my master, I opened my first company and it failed. And then I opened a second company and it also failed. I have a record of almost 5 failed businesses before I have another 4 successful ones. I failed a lot. And it was not easy because with each failure there was a visa scare. You see? Taking the risk, it's easy for someone who's holding an F5 visa or an F6 visa or a Korean citizenship like us, for example, to be like, okay, let's fail. Yeah, if we fail, we can try again. But for a lot of people, this failure is connected to their visa status, you know? You fail, you lose your visa, and then you can't actually go full risk with business. It took a lot of trial and error. I work a lot. I'm actually running like 3 businesses at the moment and a foundation. So you're talking of 12 to 13 hours a day. Time management is very important. Health management is very important. Network management is very important. But it's ultimately satisfying to the point that you don't want to stop. Whether you make money or not. Now, am I a billionaire? No, I'm not. Am I even a millionaire? No, I'm not. But that suits the person I am, you know? So when someone comes to tell you, no, in South Korea you will not be successful, no, you will be successful, but like anywhere else. In Azerbaijan it's the same, in Lebanon it's the same, in the US it's the same, in Europe you have to put in the work. You cannot just sit down and this is a common thing I tell everyone I talk to. You cannot just be sitting down and blaming the country, the laws, the society on your failures because you're lazy. That's just an overall advice I can give because I've done that. And it obviously didn't work. You see, time moves, society moves, businesses move, and I was just sitting there being like, oh, I didn't succeed because of him, her, them, they, the law, the weather.
It's easier way
it's
to blame
easier way to
someone,
blame. Once you sit down, you're like, oh, I might actually want to blame myself because I was lazy, because I didn't follow up, because I didn't go to that meeting, because I didn't go and network, because I didn't actually sit down and make a proper introduction of my business and give it to as much people. So it takes enough work. It grows on you, and it's a bunch of trial and error. But Korea will accommodate you for any business. That's true.
And when we talk about the business, since if you failed a lot and still you are surviving in Korea, it means actually you have special skills. Would you share like those tips with us? Like what kind of attitude or what kind of business style you have for moving forward? Can differentiate you from others. What was the special thing about Samer? Like he can go forward, but those people, others, they failed and they stopped. Please share with our listeners about that little bit.
Well, that's a very complicated process of self-realization and self-understanding and repurposing of goals. Even I would just make it as simple as this: we fail. When we fail, we have to admit why we failed. How did we fail? What is the actual reason I failed? Now, we don't have to go and tell our parents and family why we failed, because there's a lot of pride involved in startups and business in general. But what we can actually do is sit down and look at the main reason why we failed and actually fix it. It's not something that makes someone better than someone else. It's who does that faster. You realize that fast or not. Okay, I failed today. Why? Because 1, 2, 3. You know the reason. You need time to admit, accept. If you are the type of person that will sit down, take that reason, and try to customize 20 million excuses for it, it will take you time before you start your next one. If you are the type of person that accepts losing, considering it as winning at the same time, and be like, okay, let's move to the next one, then you win and you move forward. Because society is moving, I told you. Time is moving forward. The only person that's staying stagnant is you and your pride. So that's number one. Number two, looking from a different perspective. For some time, I had this idea about business. I was like, no, it should be done in this way. I will do it my way and no other way. And I failed. Dramatically failed, And then I was like, let me take a look at this from, let's say, Nihat's point of view. It's like, oh, that makes sense too. Opinions, opinions don't matter for me in business. You give me your opinion, that's not going to change much in my life. But actually, when I listen to you, when I listen to understand your opinion, and even you give me a lot of advice when it comes to business. When I'm sitting down with you and you're like, Samer, how about 1, 2, 3, 4? I'm like listening. And I don't say no or yes right away. I'm going home, I'm driving, I'm like sitting down, I'm at the gym, and suddenly I'm like, oh, actually what Nihat said makes sense. And those are the details. It can be Nihat, it can be X, Y, Z. Those details makes the difference.
Then I can give actually the reason, why you are successful in Korea, just because you are working a lot. You are working a lot on yourself.
That made it better. Not because I'm working a lot. You can work 20 hours a day and fail.
That's true.
Yeah,
because in our case, when we are public officers, we have fixed time, 9 to 6, we can work and we have to leave the office.
Yeah.
But in case of you, this office is yours. If you want to grow more, then you have to work more. But of course, as you mentioned, even you work, you do your best, you work 24/7, still you can fail. But if you develop yourself every day, you start daily training yourself. Today actually you gave the lectures, and I can see actually you are following them. That's actually something really important. There are many people, they are saying but they don't follow, but in case of you, you are following actually what you are saying, and that's something really unique about you.
It makes me happy, It makes me happy because my office can be my car, my office can be an actual office, can be a cafe. I worked 1 year from a cafe. 2020, I worked from a cafe, and it worked. It's not about where you do it, or how fancy is your office, or if you're driving a Benz or not, or having a gold credit card, whatever these things are. At the end of the day, when the business doesn't make money and you leave the business with more knowledge and equipped better for the next one, then you're like, hey, I won. I mean, you can't win every day, but if you win 20% of the cases, you're good.
And we got actually one question, like this person actually applied for the class before, and they mentioned this, that because of Corona situation, they couldn't come to Korea, but there are there actually more opportunities after Corona?
That is a question with an answer that is personal. That I would say yes. Because what happened during Corona is everything changed. By everything, we mean everything. The workplace changed, the work environment changed, the way we work changed.
Yeah, that's true.
People experienced working from home, and firms experienced working from home too, and both parties know it's efficient. You can't actually right now ask everyone to work from their office anymore. People don't want to. Who actually wants to wake up in the morning, put a suit on, and go to the office when they know they can just put a shirt on and you know, short pants and comfortable pants and sit down on the table and do your work?
That's true.
So this is a light example. Trade works differently now. Marketing works differently. So obviously, yes, after COVID, after Corona, there are some people who are going to be withdrawing themselves from the market because they realize like, oh, I realized during COVID that I can do more than that. I'm capable of doing something, and there are people that are going to walk in. So the market is now a chaos, and we don't know how it's going to settle, but for sure, more opportunities would land when everything settles down. Or it can be just like this forever. We never know.
Yeah, in case of this, I feel like, yeah, it can be sounding like this is opportunity for many people, and especially those graduates who are willing, just thinking about, okay, maybe I should just enter to the company and just, you know, get some job, small job. But now they change their mind. Okay, maybe I should start up myself, and that's why I think Moses classes there's a huge attention, and there are many people. I remember actually last time when we got informed about the people who applied for the trade classes, there were more than 400 people. Where you can accept only 20 people.
20.
So this is the number of the people who's interested in these activities. It's growing, but I would say actually it's bringing more opportunities, because I believe government also will put new regulations, add actually more regulations.
Yeah, we hope. Yeah, you're right.
And it will be easier to access Korea, to do your business, to do your trade or startup, and involve in different activities. Also, I would love to ask another question about the OSIS classes. In case of the OSIS classes, we mentioned those people who's listening to the OSIS classes, they can start their own startup, and also there is another class which is called trade, like the Trade Academy. In case of the Trade Academy, those people who graduate in Korea and speak Korean, they can join those classes?
You have to speak Korean to join the Trade Academy classes, yes. Unlike the IT startups, for too many reasons. The basic thing is that if you actually cannot speak the language, trade will not be impossible for you, because I know a lot of people who do not speak the language and they are big time exporters in South Korea, and that's a fact. But mind you that the government is giving you a pass on not doing foreign direct investment here in South Korea. It means not having to pay all that money to open a company. They expect you to speak the language. And to take a step back to your earlier comment, I feel for the students who are going to graduate in the next 2 to 3 years, because I'm very positive, and I'm very curious how they're going to do it, because they had a different experience than we did.
True.
The college life that's supposed to ease you in social interaction and see your level of commitment to things and your level of priorities to whatever that we experience is different than the one they experienced.
They couldn't experience actually.
We never. That's the thing. In our perspective, they couldn't experience what we experienced.
That's true.
They might have experienced something else. They experienced the Zoom thing going on. They experienced getting things done on the go. They experienced delivering without having the pressure of the peer pressure or the XYZ. We don't know, and there are many perspectives on this. Like, oh, they will fail in life, they have no idea how things work. No, we don't know. Because they dealt with what we dealt with without actually being there, which is an upgraded version of what we did, you know?
True.
And for the foreign students that are being here right now, one advice is that why do we advertise OSS program? Not because we need people to participate. People are lining up for the program. But don't wait until you graduate to find out what you need to do. Get ready before you graduate, because the day you graduate, there's a countdown on your visa. And as we said before, visa is related, how secured is your visa? That's related to how much risk you take in business.
True.
Get ready before your visa expires. Get ready before you graduate. We're talking 4th year of college. It's a good time to, if you're into trade, to jump into the OSS Trade Academy. If you're looking for IT startups, I would say 2nd semester of 3rd year to 4th year as well. It's about time for you to start shaping that idea, to start brainstorming on what you want to do, putting up a team, reaching out to OSS program or the consultants, talking about this and that. Get ready beforehand, because I think things might have changed in South Korea, but when I was in college, we thought that was it. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, that's difficult. We did a good job. You opened that college door, you went out in society, and it was like a rodeo. True. It was awfully a learning experience, a nice learning experience, but you get punched like 20 times a day because you think you know. So, and what we did for visas was crazy, you know. So I advise everyone, if the government is offering you a free of charge program done by professionals, go and take it and keep those documents with you. Might need them.
Yeah. And also you are mentioning actually in employment part also, preparation for employment. Like, you have to make decision. You're gonna work for someone or you're gonna do your own job.
Yes.
If you wanna do your own job, then as you mentioned, maybe 3rd year, 4th year can be, like for the bachelor degree students, it can be the right time. For employment, even you can start even when you're a freshman. You can go and check those startups. You can work for them. Like, you wanna make one, go work for them and see what they are doing. You can do volunteer work, you can do internship in those startups, like you are willing. And preparation of something new, it doesn't mean like it should be 100% new.
No, it's
like there is a car, there is a famous brand from Korea, but there is another brand just came out in 5 years. And now they are actually taking over all over the world.
Yeah.
And you can go with the same item, but with your own way, with developed version, with different
100%,
version.
100%,
And you just put innovation inside, and it comes out, it can change many people's life.
Yeah. I mean, as you said, the decision has to be made. Am I working for myself or not? And a lot of people ask, like, how do I know? You don't know. You try, you fail.
Yeah,
I worked inside. I worked 6 to 1, as in 6 a.m. to 1 a.m., honestly. Not to mention the company's name, you know. And I was like, oh, okay, I tried that. Not really my thing. Okay, 6 to 1 was too much. But the 9 to 5 or 9, some people are made for that.
That's true.
Which is good, because they are excellent at what they do. They find fulfillment. They find the work-life balance. Okay, I don't have no work-life balance. I just have work-life.
Like going to this direction it's also we have to mention, you know, like the effects of the, you know, like the society. Like in case of me, like I have my family, so I have to take care of the people, and it's not easy actually to do startup. Maybe I could make it faster, but it's too late. Like now starting something from zero with 2 kids, it's not easy.
I mean, it's never too late to start a startup. I mean, if you want to, you can come to me. I'll consult you and I'll support you.
Maybe I'm not that person, you know, like to do that. But I mean, to be honest,
it's. But if you
I
enjoy
envy
it,
you guys. Like you guys do it. Like you want it and you go for it. You do it. But those people, like many people, actually, they're willing to do it, but they say tomorrow.
The day after.
Tomorrow.
That will never happen. That will never
They
happen.
become 50 still tomorrow.
And you regret. I mean, once you learn that regret is a painful thing to do, you just go for it. And someone wise actually told me this, and I love it. They were like, you did your best today. Even if you lost, I lose deals, I lose contracts, I just couldn't deliver on what I promised people on. And when I'm leaving, I'm going back home, I'm singing in the car and I'm smiling. I'm like, well, that was today. Today was this. Like, I already did my best today. Even if I failed to deliver, I already did my best. I'm done. So you don't have to be depressed and no, it doesn't work. Just be positive.
Before we finish this session, what would be your suggestion? Maybe like the last few words which could influence many people, like to start their own business in Korea, start their startup or trade in Korea. What would you suggest them?
Honestly, don't listen to anyone's advice. Go, do it, learn from it, repeat. That's it. Don't listen to anyone's advice. It's personal. Opinions are personal. My opinion to you right now is personal, by the way. Even my opinion is personal. Go, do it, don't wait. You have a long life to live. And the earlier you do it, the wiser and faster you advance. So go do it. Don't plan too much, because planning is an excuse for, and I'm gonna get quoted on that, for lazy people. Plan a frame and go.
After your lecture today, maybe I will just give up my position in here and start my startup.
We're hiring.
Thank you for your session. This was like one of the most interesting session of today, and we are going to have another session soon. Since if you are going to start your business or if you are working in a company, it doesn't really matter. You need to know about the taxes, and our next session is going to be about taxes in Korea. We'll have one of the most famous professional in Korea for giving consultation to the foreigners who is having difficulties to learn about taxes and to define actually what kind of taxes they have to pay at the end of the year or for a month. And stay tuned, we'll get back in 40 minutes. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thanks to all listeners who was listening to us. Thank you. We'll see you in 40 minutes. Good evening, everyone. This is going to be our last session for today, and we are going to have special guests to talk about tax in Korea. Probably most of you know about her already. She has been doing lots of consultations through Yeoksam Global Village Center. And let's not waste our time, and let's invite her and stay with us to get more information about tax in Korea.
Hello everyone, I'm very honored to be a part of today's workshop. Thank you for joining today's class. It's 5:30 p.m. and I know that it's not very easy for you to concentrate after a long workshop time, and I really appreciate your attending today's class. I wish you learn a lot through today's session about the brief understanding of Korean taxes and why it is important to me. To give you a short background, so today I'm going to talk about these topics. First of all, I'm going to introduce myself and what is the tax implication for foreign residents in Korea. And would I be Korean tax liable when I have no income in Korea? Fourth part I'm going to cover is 소득금액 증명원. This must be a key issue that a lot of people want to cover. And also on the first session of talking about the visa, there must have been a lot of talk about what's the income 증명, which is one of the key issue for changing the visa or getting the visa at the first time, etc. And taxes for companies or business owner. And what is the income taxes in Korea? Sole proprietorship and employees. And we will get some Q&As so that we can cover some of your questions. Okay. So why is it important to talk to a professional or understand about Korean taxes in Korea? If you are a student or housewife, you might not need to worry much about taxes in Korea or general. However, once you have an income, the government has a portion of it. So if you want to do any business activity, you should have interest in tax. Also, as I just give you some example for student or housewives, you need to try to be qualified as a dependent of your family so that your family can get the dependent deduction or spouse deduction. As a global citizen, you would like to understand how the system in Korea works to maximize your economic benefit. To give you a short background of myself, I majored on business administration, and then in 1996 to 1997, I joined exchange student program, which I found the cost accounting very interesting. And then from then, I decided to be a certified public accountant. The blood goes through my family. My father was a public accountant, and then I joined his company after my graduation. We contributed tips on tax article to Korea Herald, and then it went over 100 times. There was one time that foreigner had questions and then decided to ask us because there was our number there. And then from then, I found it very rewarding to help foreigners doing business in Korea. So that's how I decided to be very voracious on reading all the accounting materials. And then I had a chance to give my tax seminar in Seoul Global Main Center and Yeoksam Global Center and Yeouido Global Center, which is no more, and had some Itaewon Global Village Center, and also had one-on-one consultations. which I have chance to find a lot of business questions. Because of my experience, I came to know more about trade laws, as well as labor laws, as well as visa issues. So I tried to cover a lot of things, which I tried to give back what I earned through the communities. So these are the various webinars I have given after the pandemic. Everything's moved online. And the picture is about my very first seminar that I gave in the main Seoul Global Center. I was pretty nervous that day because they said that it was the very first time to do online seminar, and I was the first. So they say, why would this genius say that the hardest thing in the world is to understand income tax? It's because it's changing all the time. The government is trying to be smart, the businessman is trying to be smart. So whenever there is a loophole, the company wants to use it, and a lot of people wants to use it, and then they need to make a new policy to help people to stop people from tax evasion. So I do not like the word tax evasion, but there is so I'm here to talk to you how to legitimately save your taxes. Okay, then the tax implication for residents versus non-resident. There are some people who came to Korea for a while, less than 3 months, less than 6 months, and do some work here. Are they tax liable or not? Or sometimes they did not even come to Korea, but have income sources in Korea. In such case, would I be tax liable in Korea? So if I am a non-tax resident of Korea, that means generally staying less than 183 days per calendar year, do I need to pay taxes? Yes. For example, there are some regulations for non-tax residents. Athletes or artists are taxed at 22%. So if you are an artist and has just a short time performance in Korea, still the Korea government wants to tax you. There was a very big scandal in late 1990s that I don't want to say the person's name, but a famous American artist came to Korea, and then it wasn't taxable because of the non-tax regulation. So after that, they made it 22% of income. But that's not always the case. You are not taxable if you meet the qualification. So there is Korea-US tax treaty, Korea-France tax treaty, Korea-Canada tax treaty. They defines who is non-tax resident and who would need to pay taxes. For example, for US citizen, if they stayed less than 183 days, income was below $3,000 US, then they are not taxable in Korea. So first of all, you need to check whether you are tax resident of Korea, non-tax resident of Korea, and what is the tax treaty. And as a foreign resident, do I need to report overseas income? Actually, this is one of the questions I almost get once a month, which saved tons of amount. For example, an expat came to Korea to work for a big company in Korea. They might have rental income in their home country, have interest income in their home country. Would that person be tax liable for their overseas income? This is the question that I receive on a regular basis. It is yes for the only in the case you stayed over 5 years in recent 10 years. So if I came newly to Korea last year and my Canadian rental income, my interest income in Texas, dividend income in California does not need to be reported to with my Korean salary income if my stay was less than 5 years in recent 10 years, unless they are wired to Korea. In other words, if you stayed over 5 years in recent 10 years, your overseas income needs to be reported to Korean tax authority. So we name it worldwide income reporting. You have the liability to report your worldwide income if you stayed over 5 years in recent 10 years. Believe me, this is the question that I get almost once in a month, and it saved tons of money for a lot of expats. Yeah, so it's the same thing that I just explained to you verbally. So it's yes in such case and no in these cases. So I think you can learn the lesson here. So the key takeaway here is if you stayed less than 5 years in recent 10 years, your overseas income is better not to be wired in Korea. And then, yeah, so this is the related regulations, and I just gave an example. For example, your rental income in US, your interest income in UK bank account would need to be reported on your Korean tax return if you are a long-term stay foreigner. Another question is that some people do some side hurdle, have some side gigs, and have some questions. How deep do they know about my bank transaction? Would they even know? Would they even care? Sometimes I do things that is mentioned on my business registration, but sometimes my friends pay me, or a lot of people do like English coaching or editing or helping some people, or small gifts if the cousins gave us like cash. Would the tax office know every single details for that? Bank is liable to report cash transaction if it's over 10 million per day. So if you deposited over 10 million from cash to bank account, or if you withdraw over 10 million from a certain bank account as cash withdrawal, then that information is reported to the tax. But I think the tax office would have tons of transactions that are reported on a daily basis. So how they would use it or utilize it is not very certain, but in case they want to do some kind of tax audit from you or your related parties or your companies, then that means they can access the bank account details if they wish. The next question is about the 소득 금액 증명원. I think a lot of people want to understand what the 소득 금액 증명원 is, and there is a lot of talks that 소득 금액 증명원 is very favorable for full-time work and very unfavorable for contractor. And I partially agree that's kind of true. Because full-time employee from the gross salary amount is almost equal with the 소득 금액. While freelancers or business owners, from full gross earning, you deduct certain expenses and then it reaches the 소득 금액. So this is very important, and I saw this kind of talk going so lot in Facebook, and a lot of groups talk, and they say that I want to get visa extension or change the visa status. I need GNI multiplied by one times, 2 times GNI, even 3 times GNI for very longer extension. And then they say, and then people are confused. Christy, is gross earning important? Isn't gross earning 소득 금액? Unfortunately, that's not the case. The 소득 금액 is net income after deductions. And as I just mentioned, for salary income earner, full-time employee, usually almost nothing is deducted from the gross salary. Thus, their 소득 금액 tend to look higher. unfortunately, the freelancers or business owners, the 소득 금액 is net amount after having certain deduction. So if you have a target amount to meet the 소득 금액, usually you need to be ready to pay a bit high taxes. So there are two kinds of 소득 금액 증명원. Basically, most people, there are 5 kinds, but most people uses the very first one or the third one. So here, if you are a salary income earner, full-time employee, then you click the third one. This could be easily picked up in the tax office first floor 민원실 by showing your ARC. So you can collect this by paper easily from 민원실, first floor of the tax office. It doesn't have to be your district tax office. You can visit any district tax office to collect that. Or you can also collect this online if you visit the home tax website and log in with your personal digital certificate. You can get this online. So, as I just explained, since this is very often asked questions, for the salary income earner, the 소득 금액 is released by the gross amount, while for freelancers, it's generated after paying the deduction. But you might be confused why the blue color looks at the left side and the right side also. See, it's because for people that has salary income and freelance income, then it will be on all net amount. That means the most favorable case is someone with only salary income. The person with only salary income shows the higher amount. The person with salary income and other income shows a bit lower amount. So this is actually explaining in further detail what I just explained to you. And the next topic is setting up a company in Korea and related taxes. Yeah, I think you might have some questions on my previous topics, and then I will try to make at least about 30-minute Q&A session so we can cover that. So let me move on to my material first. Some people might want to know whether it is worth setting up a company or not. And some people might be worried that even though once they decide to set up a company, whether there are a lot of red tapes or complicated procedures, or does it immediately mean that you need to pay high taxes? So I just made it a simple decision tree. You need to have certain market research and business plan. Though you have a good market research and business plan, if the regulation and approval process is ridiculous, or as I just mentioned, like have a lot of red tapes, and then you need to think about it. Usually for medical equipment or vitamins or things that you apply on your skin, like cosmetics, you need to go for a certain process, and that importing foods or canned food, those things you need a certain procedure, which takes pretty long. One of my clients wanted to import like mosquito bite prohibition spray. It said that it took him 18 months to make the approval. And he felt that maybe after the time it would be winter, next year winter. So it almost makes nonsense to go through all this process. So it's quite important to consider the regulations and check approval process. And then even once you have it, you need to think about how to raise the fund. And how long can you survive with that fund? And also you would need to register to the court and tax office. If you want to set up a corporation, you need to register court and tax office. if you want to register sole proprietorship, 개인 사업자 or 간이과세자 or 면세 사업자, that sole proprietorship is categorized around 3 categories. One is general taxpayer, one is simplified taxpayer, one is VAT exempt taxpayer. They are all sole proprietorship. In such case, you only register to the tax office. And then it's your turn to set up and launching. Yeah, consider, and you might want to consider, oh, once the company become very profitable, you would like to move fund from the company to yourself, or company to yourself and then your home country. You would like to have a lot of plans on that. So consider repatriation and also hiring. If you want to hire a foreigner and give the foreigner the rightful visa, I think there are some qualifications to meet. So these are the long-term plan that you might want to consider. So even before I click to the next page, the baby is surprised that how many taxes that you need to pay in Korea. I had one question asking me to list all the taxes I need to pay and the rates that they need to pay. And then some person said, oh, 1/4 is gone from what I earn. So let's see. So VAT rate is 0% or 10%. So there is one tax to be paid as VAT. And VAT is filed every 6 months for sole proprietorship and every 3 months for corporations. And then the income tax return needs to be filed and paid once a year, and the rate is from 6% to 45% to the sole proprietorship business. And if you hire someone, you would need to pay withholding income tax, which and employees or freelancers. So the tax rates for sole proprietorship is 6% to 45%, but the corporation's tax rate is 10% or 20%. So only considering the income tax rate, the corporation is better. But there are other things to consider, not only the entity tax rate. So this is at least 3 kinds of tax returns is what you need to pay. You need to file and pay. And considering how many times that you need to pay, VAT 2 times or 4 times. Income tax, usually 1 time, but if you meet some certain qualification, you might need to do the interim return as well. And if you have no employee, you don't need to worry about salary income tax, but you might want to pay yourself. So that is what you need to consider by salary income tax. I gave you an idea that the personal income tax rate ranges from 6 to 45. And then the immediate question that's followed to that is who sits on 6%? And who sits on 45%? And some people say that I already pay the tax if I'm a freelancer, an independent contractor working under Kumong or working in like Kumong is similar to like Upwork, or so if I'm working as a freelancer, as for example giving seminar, etc., the tax you're already paid as 3.3%, and they don't know that they need to finalize it again. 3.3% freelance tax is just I would say temporary tax, and you need to finalize it again after the year end. And at that time the tax rate varies from 6% to 45%. I want to specifically mention that this is a step-up tax rate, graduated tax rate, in other words, progressive tax rate. So first, 12 million is taxed at 6%, From 12 million to 46 million is taxed at 15%. 46 million to 88 million is taxed at 24%. So let me give you a easy quiz. If my tax basis is 50 million, what is my tax rate? First 12 million, it's 6%. 12 to 46, 15%. 46 to 50 million, 24%. So I need to calculate 3 layers of tax, which is very cumbersome work. So if you see the far right side, 누진 공제액, means how I can easily calculate it is I can read that, oh, 50 million, I'm on the 3rd layer. So 50 million multiplied by 24% less 522만 원, 5,220,000 is my tax amount. So the right side, 누진 공제액, means I just apply the highest marginal tax rate and deduct that amount. The reason that I highlighted the last part, if you are over a billion, then it's 45%, because that rate is introduced in 2021. Up to 2020, the highest tax rate is 42%. This 6%, 15%, 24% is national tax, and on top of it there is a surtax, which is 10% of the national tax. So 6% go to the federal government, 0.6% needs to go to the local government. So actually it's 6.6%, 16.5%, 26.4% is your tax burden altogether. And a lot of foreigners, expats think about the flat tax rate, 19% is very favorable. Everybody asks about this, even though they run a business, they are working as a performance, they have freelance business, everybody asks this. So this is a tax rate actually applied to the since this is 소득세율, that means income tax, so this is the final rate as a salary income too. But from the salary income, there's big salary. So, for example, who earned 50 million after salary deduction, and maybe my tax base is less than 12 million. So this 19% looks very favorable, but that's not always the case. I will cover that in the next part. But anyway, let me explain you a little bit about flat percent tax rate. As you can see, generally the tax rate varies to 45%. But for some people, flat tax rate is used. There are 2 qualifications, 3 qualifications: foreigner, not dual national, that having Korean passport and overseas passport, foreigner without Korean passport, Korean nationality. Second, you need to have a this is not applied to freelance income or business income, only for salary. Number 3, it needs to be in 5 years from your first salary year. So if your first salary is 2014, then 2014, 15, 16, 18 you can use this 19%. From 2020, you cannot use 18% flat tax rate anymore. Okay, so special tax rate for the foreign. So actually, this is the question I got. The 19% tax favorable was introduced like 4 or 5 years ago, before they had, and this is a sunset clause. Every tax benefit, every tax credit is a sunset, which means they say, oh, this is good for until end of 2021, until end of 20. So it's a sunset clause. This 19% is also a tax favor that office introduced, but they don't give us the extended until the very end of the year or even in early next year. 19% is possible, available until December 31st, 2021, and there is whether it will be effective next year or next year. So that similar 2 years ago, the government didn't announce it till the year end, and then they announced it like March of the. So my friend Nick was saying that can't they, announce one earlier? So I had to say that I have it, and if I know the news, I will make it public. So here I wanted of the ideas about salary income tax reconciliation. A lot of people through the year end and then beginning of the year wants to understand to happen with the year end salary income tax. They say that they don't get the full refund or have some of the refund. So we sometimes name it salary. So from January to December, the company deducts taxes just barely salary and number of dependent. So if me and Mike had the same amount of salary and same number of dependent, our tax amount is same. So there is a system called year-end settlement. So if I paid more and if I did more donation, I paid more on education expenses, then reconciliation again, and I would get the tax refund while I could pay more. I had a lot of questions how they can download all the informations from website and utilize it. So I want information in English, but unfortunately English version was not fully available. So I just have screenshots of the Korean site available, but it's difficult. So you might log in to home tax with your personal digital certificate, and you would be able to. So as I just briefly mentioned, credit card usage, medical expense, education are deductible expenses. So these information on the home tax website. This information is usually needed sometime in. So actually on February, you will do a lot of this. And then a very big and important topic is rental expense deductible for year-end settlement for foreigner. 월세 세액공제. I think there are some technical issue here, so I think I need to put a pause here. Should I? Yeah, I think there will be some pause.
하면요. 그러면 스위처를 잠깐 스위처만 리셋을 잠깐 해볼게요.
Hi everyone, thank you for
죄송합니다.
thank you for tuning in again. Yeah, nice to see all of you again. Sorry, we had a bit technical issue because this is the first time all-day workshop. I want to give a big applause to all the team here, including Yeoksam Global Center team. So I think there were some issues that you couldn't hear me well from the income tax rate. The Korean income tax rate is a progressive tax rate. How I make it easy to understand to my client is the higher your income is, you are sitting on the higher tax, not higher tax amount only, but higher income tax bracket. So the penny you earn more on as a high income earner, your tax rate is even bigger. So in other words, a progressive tax rate is graduate tax rate. First 12 million, it is taxed at 6%. From 12 million to 46 million is taxed at 15%. 46 million to 88 million is taxed at 24%, all the way up after 1 billion won of your net earning, then it is taxed at 45%. You might be curious what the 누진 공제액 means. So let me give you an easy example. If your net income is 50 million, what is your tax liability? Your tax liability. Then your first 12 million, I need to multiply 6%, which is 720,000. And then from 12 million to 46 million, which is 34 million, I need to multiply 15%. 46 million to 50 million, which is 4 million, is then I need to apply for 24%. So I need to apply for 3 layers of income in 3 different tax brackets. Instead of doing that, they give us an easier chart which is if you are earning 50 million as net income tax basis, then you don't need to go for 3 bracket. You can go for 24% tax bracket and deduct 522만 원, which is 5,220,000. So the 누진 공제액 means you just apply your marginal tax rate, the highest tax rate, and deduct the right side amount, 누진 공제액, that is your tax liability. The tax rate shown here, 6%, 15%, 24, 35, 38, 40, 42, 45 is the national tax rate. And on top of it, there is a surtax, which is local district tax. That is 10% of national tax. So 6% goes to the federal government, 0.6% goes to the local government. 15% go to the federal government, 1.5% go to the local government. So actually, my tax burden is 6.6%, 16.5%, 26.4% goes on and on. The reason that there is a yellow highlight on the last bracket of the 45% is because that's the new rate introduced in 2021. Up to 2020, there was only tax rate from 6 to 42. Now you might want to understand about the 19% favorable tax rate. People talk a lot about, oh, Korea tax is very affordable because there are 19% flat tax rate. Do you think that's true or not? Or is flat tax rate applicable to me as an independent contractor, working as a freelancer or even a business owner? And what does 19% tax means? In my previous chart, I showed you that tax rate varies from 6 to 45. That means if you're sitting on 6% tax bracket, 19% is not being helpful to you. But if you are sitting on 35%, 38%, then 19% is favorable to you. It means that 19% is meaningful only when your tax rate is very high. And most of the people who is favorable with 19% tax rate is the people who have yearly salary amount over 130 million, 140 million, around that amount or over 19% tax rate is favorable. There are some requirements to meet 19% tax treatment. There are about 3 requirements to meet. You need to be a foreigner, not dual citizen with Korean. If you are Korean American having 2 passports or dual nationality, then you do not meet the requirement. You need to be a foreigner without Korean nationality. Number 2, you need to earn salary income. This is not applied to freelance income or business income. This is only applied to salary income. Number 3, this is only available for first 5 years of your salary income. So let's say that you used it for 2014, then can you apply it in 2020? Can you apply it in 2021? Let's count. 2014 is the first year, 2015 is the second year, 2016 is the third year, 2017 is the fourth year, 2018 is the 5th year. So from 2019, you cannot enjoy the 19% tax favor anymore. There is people who's considering, Christy, I arrived in December of 2014. Does the 2014 counts? It was just 1 month. These regulation has a cutoff of the calendar year. It's not December to December or November to November. If you utilized in 2014, then you cannot use it after 2018. So if I were you, I was in a high paycheck and I am a foreigner not having a Korean nationality, I will, try to use that if it's a December, I will talk to my company and asked if I can start working as a salary income earner in 2015. So that I can utilize maximum 12 months for 5 years. Yeah, so as I mentioned, it's preferable for some people. And then I had a question from my close friend Nick. What is he talking about is, as this is a tax favor, tax credit, there's always sunset clause, which means expiration date. So if the government introduces something big, tax credit, for example, like this pandemic, due to COVID-19, they introduced a lot of tax benefits, and it is a sunset clause. They say this is good for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. And then when it comes through almost the end of the extension period, expiration period, they want to know, is it being extended or not? Because moving from, for example, 19% to 35% is a very big jump, and it's important for people to make decisions. And sometimes Korean government is a bit slow at announcing this favorable present. So my friend was complaining that I wish they let us know before I need to do the salary negotiation. The similar thing happened in end of year 2019 when he was doing 2020 salary negotiation, and wish this was announced before end of the year, but they announced it around March or of the following year. So current 19% tax rate favorable is good until end of 2021, but we don't have a clear-cut guideline yet. But my guess is that this will be extended. There might be some change on the tax rate, but this kind of favorable treatment have been in Korea over 30 years. Okay, so I was talking about a lot of taxes, but so what is going to be my year-end salary income tax settlement? People who receive salary, they receive salary from January to December. Some good companies has year-end bonus, but a lot of people wish for 13th month salary. Some people get 13th month salary, and what does it mean? It means tax refund after year-end settlement. Year-end settlement tax goes back, come to my bank account as salary, so they name it 13th month salary. And I'm sure a lot of people would be happy for the 13th month salary. So what does it mean, and how can I get full benefit of the salary income tax reconciliation or settlement? And why is there such system? So let me walk through you step by step. During the year, when the company deduct taxes from me or deduct insurances from me, they only consider 2 factors, my monthly salary and number of dependent. Here, a number of dependent even counter myself. So if I have no dependent, on our tax form it says 1 person. And then if I have a non-working spouse, 2 people. And then if I have child, if I have non-working parents, it goes on and on. So my monthly tax amount would be same with my colleague if my monthly salary and her monthly salary is same, number of dependent, me and her is same, then our tax liability will be same. So there is a system called year-end settlement. They consider a lot of expenditures of me and my colleague. For example, one person have a lot of education expense, donation expense, medical expense, and life insurances. If I have a lot of expenses compared to my colleague, I might have a big tax refund, while my colleague might pay more or get a small tax refund. That is called 연말정산, and people want to be very good at claiming all the expenses. So throughout the year, I get a lot of questions. Christy, what is the best way to claim the biggest deduction of my salary income tax so that I can get a refund? there is a way to check it on the home tax website. So that's why I had 4-page screenshot here. Unfortunately, the English version is not ready yet because we usually do this on February. So I tried to find the most recent one having the information, but it was in Korean. As we can utilize the Yeoksam Global Village Center, once this information is updated, I will fully share with them, and you can ask for one-on-one consultation or move on from here. A big change for year 2021, which is a good news, and maybe a key takeaway, and maybe worth that you waited for me, even with the technology issue. And it is about 월세 세액공제. Monthly rent deduction. Up to 2020, foreigners couldn't claim their monthly rent because they were not a household. Korea system, a foreigner is very difficult to be a 세대주, almost impossible. Since they couldn't be a head of household, they couldn't claim their monthly rent as deductible expenses. From 2021, it enabled to claim the 월세 세액공제, and there are 2 tiers, up to 55 million income earner deduction, and from 55 million to 70 million won income earner. So there are 2 brackets. Anyway, they introduced this to the foreigners, and I think this is a huge change. To qualify this, you must pay monthly rent, and you shouldn't own a home beside this. So if I own a home and actually living in a different place and want to claim the rent deduction, it wouldn't work. Okay, so that is the big change of the yearly salary income deduction, and I wish this was very helpful to you. Thank you for attending. That's pretty much all I prepared as with my presentation material, and there will be some other Q&A sessions. really am grateful to be a part of this great workshop.
We just finished the great session with Christy. Thank you for having this kind of session with us. This was really amazing since we got lots of new informations regarding to the tax. And I would love to ask actually a few questions just before we finish whole session. I know many people, they are tired, but they are really willing to get this answer from you. So when we are talking about the tax, is it the tax rate? Is it connected with the nationality or with the visa? How tax rate is differentiated with?
Anyway, first of all, thank you for listening to all my seminar, and I'm very glad to hear that it's helpful to you and to a lot of, I wish that was the case for a lot of the people. One of the questions I get a lot is the tax rate itself different from nationality or visa type? Is my tax rate different having one visa and change the tax rate because I have another visa, though I do the same thing? Or even is the tax rate different because I'm from one country and my friend is from another country? That would be a big discrimination. So I explained to you, so there are some tax benefit for being a foreigner, and the tax is different basically if you are a non-resident or tax resident in Korea. If you are tax resident in Korea, then regardless of nationality or visa type, the tax rate is same.
So this is actually really great information. Honestly, like we can't get this kind of information in Korea anywhere else. Since we are having actually consultations with Christy, if you guys, anyone, our listeners, anyone, if you are interested in having one-on-one session with Christy and talk about your personal problems like the tax benefits or like how to actually take care of your tax issues. Honestly, I'm using also services of the Christy, and just in case if you have any additional things you would love to share with our listeners just before we finish the session.
It is, I think, very worthwhile to ask for one-on-one consultation because everybody's tax requirement is quite unique. You want to consider your home country tax as Korean tax and what is the transaction tax implication between your country and Korea. So, and sometimes people want some kind of aggressive tax planning. And so they can't share too much things on public, but they want to have very discreet and very confidential consultation, which I'm more than happy to provide through Yeoksam Global Village Center.
All right.
And they are doing a great job, and I really want them to keep it up and be a service provider to help a lot of community of English-speaking community and a lot of foreigners. I know that they're doing great job with Korean classes, and I wish other experts can be a part of it as well.
Oh, thank you for your feedback. Honestly, today's goal, this is the end of the year, and before just Christmas comes, as soon as Christmas comes, actually everybody will get busy. So before Christmas comes, we wanted to show our activities because we are doing lots of promotion for the Korean language courses because that's the biggest actually service we are providing, but we have lots of different services and we wanted to share with everyone, and that's why today we struggled for 9 hours to record this video. And thank you for coming and joining us today. Christy, as I mentioned before, she's providing service through also us and also separately, so you can get actually consultations through us with the Christy. You can just check our website, apply for the counseling, and get feedback specifically in your situation. Thank you for listening all day to us. I can see actually some people, they were listening from morning till now, so they struggled together. Thank you for actually giving this much quality to us, this much value to us, and we will see you probably next year with different events. And yeah, hope everyone have a great new year. See you in 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.